Greetings, travelers. Welcome back. We got some copper ore on the agenda today, guys. I already, I updated our farming bar up here, and just so we can see everything we're tracking. Enjoying some of the tavern music. Feels good. I got back, did some editing this morning, took Stella for a nice walk, but it is cold. Cold and rainy. So, I feel pretty on point here as far as the zone. Got my hot coffee warm up. We'll go farm some copper ore. Welcome back, Pat. Thank you. Howdy. Cerebel Jaeger, Gary, Natamore, Squeaky. How's it going? Necro, no spoilers. Just watching, haven't finished watching the zone reveal yet. Just popped on the resub. Well, thank you for the resub. There will be spoilers very shortly, but I appreciate the sub there.
4 months.
4 months, let's go. If you stick around too much longer, though, I cannot avoid the spoilers, but new video. The edited video this Saturday will also have the zone spin. That's good coffee, guys. Let's go. Okay, so yeah, I got the heads-up display here. I actually dropped skinning. As you can see, I have mining herbalism again. I figure if we're doing 2,000 copper ore, we have the tracker up here for the copper ore. We currently have 3. I just looted 3 so I could put it on the action bar. I'm gonna start the day off also getting herbs and lumber. Depending how slow that makes the copper ore, I might have to switch to just picking up copper ore, or we'll be here for a while. I think either way we cut the pie, though, we're gonna be here for a while. But yeah, so I'm gonna pick up lumber and herbs as we go. Man, I just want to stay in here for the music. I'm sure we'll get good music out here too. And I have steady flight on because there's gonna be, or do I? No, switch flight style. There's gonna be a lot of nodes. I think, actually one thing I want to track today, let's write this down. How much XP we gain. Because we're literally gonna be getting a ton of XP from herbs, ores, and lumber. So right now we're at 95,315. Where's my notebook? Well, 95,000. I think we can remember that. You know, maybe I'll put it. Yeah, how about this? Oops. Officer's note. 95,315. There we go. Now I won't forget it. It's my officer's note in guild. That'll do. Yeah. I have no idea what the rates are going to be. I do want to see for the first little bit what the gold per hour compared to mining only is if I do herbalism and mining. So I'll probably play around a little bit with that. Let's see. Oh, I don't know where I can put all this where it all shows. Let me know if this looks too cluttered. I kind of like having the loot table, though, just so you can see what I'm looting. But I suppose Loot Appraiser also shows you that. And current buyout, min buyout is the valuation. Yep, let's go. I'm also tracking frayed knots because I think one thing I'll do is every loop, when I get to the, at least for a little bit, when I get to the airfield, I'll do like a full pickpocket of all the Dark Iron Dwarves there. And I think it should be a good time where every 1 or 2 loops, their pockets will reset. So we're basically doing like a full-fledged farm loop of Morogh with like all like the good farms we have and see what we can get. That's the plan. Robolini with a Twitch Prime, appreciated too. Here for a good time and a long time, Jaeger. Oh, we're gonna be here for a while. Look at all this. Look at all these herbs, though. Oh my gosh. We're starting, and so it begins. And so it begins. The density is insane. I think Morogh might be more of an herbalism angle than mining. Like, imagine if we were a druid and we could just fly around and get all these. It'd be crazy. And every one of these, whether it's a node of, like, of mining, of herbalism, or of mining, or of wood chopping, it's like 100 XP, so we should get some XP here too. Staying in the zone, or am I gonna go to Elwyn? I'm gonna for sure stay here for the first hour just to test kind of this, like, this run that I'm doing. Later on, I'll probably start mixing it up just to change the scenery a little bit, depending on how fast we're getting the mining. Like, cause we could do like a big loop of Dunmorrow, Elwyn, and Redridge if we want to mix it up. But for the first bit, I'll definitely be up here. I'm gonna turn my own sound down a little bit. There we go. I need to unlock a warband druid farming alt. Yeah, the druid would be good. But with the kind of the terms of the warband, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing mining herbalism on a warband character. I gotta do the gathering on Goldie, you know. It's the way it goes. One day we'll get to Mr. Pandaria and we'll get the Sky Golem mount, and that is gonna be honestly probably like one of the biggest upgrades of the whole series. I need about 2,965 nodes to level. We'll see. I guess it depends how much copper versus how much other ones we get. If we get like a lot of copper, we won't get that many ore or that many nodes, but if we get a lot of herbs as well, we'll get a lot of nodes. Yo, Nina Nuna with a gifted community sub over to June_T. Thank you for the gifted, Nina, and welcome in, June T. We'll see. I think so. When we did Elwyn, 2,000 copper ore, that stream, I think that stream was 6.5 hours. I gotta move where that pops up to. Honestly, I might close this. Just my screen has too much going on right now. I'll pop it up every now and then. Yeah, I think 2,000 copper ore in Elwyn was a 6.5 hour stream. Near the end of that one, I definitely just picked up ore though, so we'll see. I guess it depends how profitable the herbs are. Yeah, the density is really good. It's been predominantly herbs so far here in Dunmorrow. I haven't had herbalism for a while. Had a little leftover monies this week. Well, I appreciate the gifted. Let's go. You're off work today, so you support me stream for as long as possible. Let's go. Hype. Nice day to, you know, maybe play some Midnight or whatever you want to play. Lots happening at midnight, guys. I hopped on Patholarics last night just for a little bit. Oh my gosh, you guys. The tier 2 midnight herbs and ores are going insane right now. I just hopped on for like an hour. I think I made like 40K just farming, dual gathering on Path. It was crazy. I don't think we're gonna reach that high of gold per hour today on the copper ore, but you know, it is what it is. Branch, you're sick, so just hanging out today? Yeah, I gotta take some downtime. Hope you feel better. There's been like a lot of stuff going around in a lot of places. Dirkadin, you're averaging 30K per hour dual gathering while watching YouTube. That's darn good. That is darn good. 30,000 gold per hour. Especially right now with the WoW token price. Like if you convert the gold per hour to like a consistent farm per hour for a token, right now has to be some of the best like token per hour farms with Midnight. Like if you're doing like current professions, if you're doing any of that kind of stuff, it's really good gold. %1 done. I guess, yeah, we are 1% done. Let's go. So that was 17 minutes. So 17 minutes times 100. Is that right? That can't be right. Well, I guess it doesn't count because that counts, the 17 minutes counts the AFK intro. So it's definitely faster than that. Because I had to refill my coffee before we started farming. Yeah, 17 times 100 would be, yeah, like 28 hours. I'm pretty sure we can beat that. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we can beat that. Also, right now, like this first hour, I'm getting everything. I'm getting all the herbs. I'm getting all the lumber. I'm probably not going to be picking up everything I see the whole day. Like at the end, I'll probably just only get the ore nodes. Maybe go back down to Elwyn and Redridge for a bit. Elwyn, like if we're wanting just to maximize just copper ore per hour, I'll stay in Dunmorogh and only pick up ore, or stay in Elwyn and only pick up ore. But as you can see, I mean, Dunmorogh has like a ridiculous amount of herbs. Also, yes, we want to get the lumber achievement today. Like, if you farm, what is it, 250 of the lumber, you get mounted. Let me pause my loot appraiser for a second. Where do you see the progress for that? It's probably professions. Where is the? Do you know which one the lumber achievement is in? If you just search lumber, it'll come up. Okay, let me try that. Okay. Ironwood lumber. I'll track it here. So we're 97 out of 250. So that way we'll get mounted lumber gathering once we get that. That'll be kind of cool. All right, we're back. That'll help. I do want to stock up on a little bit more lumber now, just because with the crafting alt, I'll be making some lumber things. Particularly with leatherworking, I'll be doing the Lochbadan bearskin rugs. And with blacksmithing, I'll be doing the Shadowforge sconces. Those two are pretty good sellers. So I'll want to make sure I have a good amount of lumber just stockpiled so I can get all those crafted up. Have I seen the lumber spirit thing? No, I haven't. Is it? Where do you go? Solaz, the big 50 stream streak. Let's go, Solaz. That's legit. That's some dedication there. Appreciate the support, brother. Never tell you the odds. You go to the lumberjack next to the house upgrade guy to turn them in. Oh, okay. I'll have to look at that on my main. I won't do it on Goldie if it's a turn in the housing area. But very cool. Have I checked the Yeti cave for ore? I will. I have it incorporated kind of into my big route. So I definitely will pop in and out of there as well. I'm noticing though with herbalism, the route is a lot longer. Substantially longer. Well, I guess we're doing herbalism and we're doing lumber, so it's going to be extra slow for copper ore. Because, yeah, we're officially... I guess we can kind of do some rough calculations at, like, 10 minutes. To see what pace we're on. But honestly, we're getting like good XP here with how many nodes there are. Especially with rested XP. We're gonna be power leveling here. So far, it's 1,700 gold per hour, which is beating out the mining only. Mining only was 1,200 gold per hour. I'm probably going to try to process these too. Like, we'll see if any of the pigments sell pretty well. I noticed a lot of the pigments from the classic herbs, though, did also tank. But the classic herbs also went down. Like, before, these herbs were quite profitable. Before midnight. I mean, they're still profitable, but... Yeah, how much does Silverleaf and Peace Bloom go for? Earthroot's like 3 gold right now. Silverleaf's like 3, and Peace Bloom's like 4. I'm also doing like I said, I'm gonna be going through here and pickpocketing all these as we go too. Like one lap around of pickpockets. Because the runs are long enough where all of their pockets should reset. There's a Frayed Knot. Ooh, the Frayed Knot didn't get added to the value, so I'll have to calculate that after. I guess my Trade Steel Master, my Loot Appraiser is set to not track gray items, so I'll have to put that in. Oops. Some of these guys are not pickpocketable, which is a little concerning. Squeaky, you thought I was doing my new crafting alt, or do you only use them for crafting? Well, I utilize Goldie for gathering. Exactly. So the crafting alt is just for crafting. Everything else, like all the gathering and grind time, will be on Goldie still. The only exception to that is if there's recipes or materials that are soulbound and I can't actually warband transfer them from Goldie to the alt. In those cases, I will farm or get them on the alt. So one thing that comes to mind is the pattern. I don't have it in my bags right now, but the pattern for the blazing rapier, that weapon, that random weapon craft that we got in Searing Gorge from the lava chest, that's actually soulbound, so I can't get that on Goldie and send it to the alt. So things like that I'll have to go and get on the alt. But the thing is, it'll only be things that I could get on Goldie. Similarly, there's a lot of drops in Molten Core. Most of the Molten Core recipes are soulbound. So if I do want to get those Molten Core recipes on my crafting alt, I'll have to run Molten Core on the alt. Honestly, if that happens, I guarantee I get the left binding on my alt, but we'll see what happens. I don't know if this is if I want to do this every run. I mean, we got one Frayed Knot right there. Oh, there's even more up here, though. At this pace, one lap around Dun Morogh is going to be an hour. Like, we're 12 minutes in, and we're, what, a half, like a third of the way around the zone. To be fair, though, the bigger the route is, kind of, sometimes the more fun it is. Sometimes it's nice to have, like, a small, tight route, but, I mean, we got a lot of pickpocketing here. I think it's just the invaders that we can actually pickpocket. Okay, these guys have already been pickpocketed. I think I was already here. If this guy's also pickpocketed, someone else probably came through and I'll move on. Nope, he's all good. Alright. Yeah, just to level 40 for hunting recipes eventually. I think that'll probably be like around the level range I'll have to get the alt to, just so I can solo and hunt those recipes. I think a lot of the Molten Core recipes, I don't know if I'll really have to bother to farm them, because the soulbound ones tend to not... I don't think the soulbound ones are really the ones you farm for gold. Like, they're not really BOE crafts, they're kind of like potions or bags and stuff like that, so I'll have to look into it and see, but There'll probably be some stuff I end up having to farm. Bolts of Runecloth are big money because of housing. Yeah, I think it's interesting which ones are popping right now. The markets are just all over the place with Midnight, especially with like the new season coming out now. Everything is all over the place. So we're 37 ore in for 15 minutes. That equates to like 120, 134, 148 ore per hour. That's really slow. That would be like 13 hours if we dual gather and collect all the frayed knots and lumber. So maybe just the first hour we'll dual gather. Pull the chute. I mean, the thing is, like, there's so many herbs. That's the thing, right? Let's see how it goes. Drag. Greetings. Yeah, I definitely want to get the lumber achievement at the very least. GS Bet. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome to the grind. Wait, there's 100 plus gold common midnight fish? Because when you get too good at fishing, you don't get nearly as many of the common fish. That's actually funny. And you can't unlearn fishing. I guess you could. But you wouldn't want to. I guess you could treat it like skinning where you unlearn it to like go through the bands. But yeah, that's kind of funny. It seems like they did a pretty good job in general with fishing in Midnight. Like it's been pretty profitable. There's the new mount and stuff, so it's always nice to see you get a little bit of love. Fishing, that is. We're already plus about 7,000 experience. That is like a quest, like a midnight quest if you don't have war mode on. It's pretty good. Monks can be pretty good group farmers. They have the Ox statue to taunt in. It'll depend on the farm meta too. If you're farming yourself, monks can be very good for like certain semi-AFK open world farms. But I think a lot of those got hit pretty hard with the open world like anti-hyper spawn mechanics. Can't even see my map. No more pet battles is sad though. That is, yeah, that is sad. Not that I was like super into pet battles, but I like that it was there. I like that it was a thing, you know? Blizzard must have just looked at the stats and thought, well, it's not worth it for them, the pet battles. They must have just seen how many people are actually doing it versus like the time investment into it. It must not have been worth it. But I feel like the portion of people that did do them quite liked them, especially from like a pet collecting aspect. So I am surprised they got rid of it. It is kind of too bad that the zone timer separates Tinkertown, Cold Ridge, and Dunmorrow, so they're kind of like 3 different stats, but I guess it's all good. Weren't they just concerned about the Pokemon and Pal World situation? I don't know. I actually don't know anything about that situation. Possibly. I can speculate, but I am woefully uneducated on the World of Warcraft pet battle history and, like, you know, stuff like that. So, potentially, but I can't say directly. It's actually crazy how much herbs there are in Dunmer. Oh my goodness. We need some deftness or some finesse or something. We're getting 1 Peace Bloom per node. There's a lot of herbs, but that's pretty bad rates. Schultz, you knew there'd be a 2K copper farm. You gotta do it. Throwing it back. Plus, we gotta just get some resources. I mean, the gold per hour in Morogh is pretty rough, so we kind of just gotta spend some time farming. And what better way to do it than a 2,000 copper ore stream? As you do. As you do. TLDR's Pokemon had patents about the capture, release, and storage mechanics for monster games. Oh, really? I would have thought that would have been a big issue when WoW first launched it, not now. Might have to look into it. Do you think anyone would notice if, for the next Goldbound mailbox clear, I sell 80,000 gold of refulgent copper ore on Goldie? Just slide that one in there. Would anyone pick up on that? Just transfer over from Patholerics a little refulgent gold star, 260 gold a pop, refulgent copper ore. We only need to sell like 80 of them. Literally 80 of the gold star copper ores in Midnight would be a token. That's crazy right now. When I was selling them last night, I was farming them on my main on Patholerics. I have dual talent spec, or not dual talent, I have dual gathering spec on him. And yeah, they were going for like 260 gold each. That's so much gold. For the funnies. I won't do it, but it would be funny. Yo, live goblin reaction, how's it going? I mean, we're officially how long into the farm? 22 minutes into the farm, and we have received 10,000 experience. So every hour, that would be like 28,000 experience. Right? Okay. And we need 300,000 XP or so to level. So it's like 10.5 hours of gathering to level on Goldie right now. That's actually pretty good. I should also give Goldie best in slot raid gear and see if anyone notices. How funny would it be if, like, I just never showed it, but Goldie was actually like, if I opened up my PvP one day and he was just like in rated, he was just like 2,800 in threes. That would be funny. Just, oops, sorry guys, sorry about that one. I don't just farm gold, I farm these arenas. I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. BGs could happen. Like if we get Arathi Highlands, then we can do Arathi Basin, right? So that'll be kind of fun. We're gonna get one shot. Unless there's a honor gear vendor in Arathi Basin, I don't think there is. Because we'll be the max level at that point, and we have 48,000 health. But well, actually, we might not even be max level at that point, depending on how the zone rules go. Warsong Gulch? What zone is Warsong Gulch technically? Like in Classic, if you wanted to go and queue with the Battle Master for Warsong Gulch, who do you talk to? Because in Arathi Highlands, there's the Arathi Basin Battle Master. Never really thought about which one the Warsong Gulch is. It's Ashenvale? Okay. Wait, so it is Ashenvale. So yeah, Ashenvale's possibly, yeah. Because that would be Warsong Gulch. Barons for Horde. Hmm. Well, if we were Horde, it would be possible on the next spin then. But we're Alliance, so... Barons won't have it for us. I didn't get a chance to watch the video, but I did see Guzu had posted a video speculating that TBC was getting a WoW token. Is this true? I haven't had a chance to watch the video yet or like look into it, but is TBC getting a WoW token? Because that could be pretty crazy on the market. When Mop first got the token, it was like the cheapest in time investment token ever. And then it slowly climbed up and now it's like the same as retail. TBC is being talked about, so it's in the potential works. That'll be interesting. Jeez, there's just so much on the mini-map. It's crazy. We're pretty much now just on our first lap, and it was 26 minutes. Pretty substantial. Have I seen the new Spider-Man trailer yet? I have not actually. Oh. T-minus like 168 lumber until we can gather it while mounted. Nothing's set in stone, but something has to be done. People are getting banned for selling tank service. Oh, I guess, yeah, without the WoW token. Like, the WoW token is kind of what Blizzard did in some extent to combat buying gold, right? Like, just allow it to be kind of legal, like legalized in a certain sense. And I haven't played too much endgame TBC or Classic, but isn't that like a big problem, buying gold? Would the WoW token help that, or would it just hurt it? Decriminalize the gold. That's basically what doing a WoW token is. It's just like, yeah, it decriminalizes buying gold. So people who want to buy gold for raid consumables can just go through other players to do it. Now that I think about it, like I can't really think of any downsides to putting a WoW token in retail. Or sorry, in Classic. I think it'll be fine. Maybe I'm missing something big, but like I think it would just help fight gold sellers. Who knows though? The puffer, you lost your 25-day watch streak? Oh no. Was it on one of my Thursday streams? Those are kind of sometimes a little unexpected, I'm sorry. Oh, Bjarn keeps spawning. The stream I did 2 days ago, the Monday. Oh no. Okay, we build it back, brick by brick. What keeps me motivated to keep grinding for gold? I feel you don't see enough of a return and give up and get stuck with low gold. It's your one WoW weak spot. Well, I think the thing is, to a very large degree, I play WoW to farm gold. Like, I don't really see it as like a chore in the game. I see it like as a major part of the game. I've just always really, really enjoyed farming and like the currency in WoW. So to me, it's kind of like, I just enjoy the whole aspect of it. And honestly, guys, like even with like playing Midnight lately, I do, you know, I like Midnight gold farming, but it really reminded me about why I started Goldbound in the first place, because bro, I spent like so long getting all my knowledge on inscription. I couldn't find a profitable craft this morning. I was like, hey, what is this? Let me just go farm some copper ore for 8 hours today. Oh my gosh. At least with like the gathering in Midnight, I know, all right, I'm at least gathering stuff. I just feel like I fall behind on the production professions, and like I can only do concentration stuff to get profit. What is this? And I'm a gold farmer as like my career. I can't make a profit. So I never really learned the Midnight professions. I like the simplicity of like the old world stuff, and just like gathering. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I did make a lot of profit on inscription, like on the release week. But I was doing like a lot of milling, and I would make, it was like very profitable. It was like 30% returns. But I would post my inks, and unless I was consistently undercutting, they just wouldn't sell. Brett, you love the crafting? I mean, I think it would be good if you learn it and you keep up with it from the start, but I've had trouble with it. Almost like you got replaced by AI. Like people farming with AI. I don't know. I feel like there was like 4 to 5 expansions in a row where 90% of crafting was useless. Yeah, I can't really remember. To be fair though, I was never the biggest crafter gold goblin. I've always very much been a gatherer gold goblin. Like when I made like a big chunk of gold for the first time back in the day, it was pretty much all old world max and transmog is what I would do. Hi Pathlyrics, how did I become a full-time streamer? Streaming for years, creating something popular, and then get sponsored. Who sponsored? To be honest, like I would say I'm a full-time YouTuber. So like if I didn't have a YouTube channel, I couldn't be a full-time streamer. You know what I mean? So like I like to stream, but the reason why I was able to quit my job and go full-time is the YouTube side of things. So that's the honest truth about it. But they do go hand in hand very well, because like right now, we're streaming, hanging out. It's great. And I'm just farming for the challenge, which I make videos about. So I'm gonna have to farm this copper ore anyways, so it's kind of nice to stream and hang out. Gotta make sure I don't go too close to a border here. Okay, we have that zone unlocked, we're okay. But for the YouTube side of things, it was, yeah, like, it was my one series kind of popped off and made it possible. Yeah, making things is fun for you, and doing solo self-found is your favorite kind of challenge thing to do. For you, the gold farming is new. Yeah, and like, that's totally, I 100% get that. I do really like crafting, but my favorite way, and if you go back onto my channel in like 8, 9, maybe like 5, 7 years ago, I had made a couple of videos, and all my gold farms were like, I go out and farm the materials, and then I send it over to my other character to craft the materials. I would never really buy on the auction house and craft, but yeah, I like the farming. But that's the beauty of it. Like, whatever you enjoy, whatever aspect of the game, you can just focus on that aspect. It's perfect. Streaming is far easier in your opinion. Editing sucks. Yeah, like for the actual act of doing the content. But it's the catch-22, right? Because I don't know. I quite like the editing, but on YouTube videos, I enjoy editing. I feel like in a certain sense, like, I mean, to be fair, I don't do much crazy streams, but like streaming in a sense is like simpler of like what you're doing. You just kind of like stream. And then editing is more complex. But like to a certain degree, like if I edited for 8 hours or streamed for 8 hours, I would probably be more mentally tired after streaming for 8 hours. Took you 6 hours to edit the 4 hours of footage you made. Was quite a chore. Yeah. It is a lot of time. I probably spend 15 to 20 hours a week editing. Give or take. What are we at for time here? 36 minutes. Doing pretty good. I think if we dual gather though, it's gonna be a 20 hour stream to get the copper ore. It definitely seems done Morogh, like compared to Elwyn, the per node capita, just like herbs are way more common. Like in Elwyn, we would never have similar amounts of each herb as copper. We would take like, it would be like a lot of copper, and then this first highest herb would be like half of how much copper we had, and the other ones would trail behind. There's just way more herbs in Dunmorrow. We're on track for a 14-hour stream. Yeah, at this rate we are. Like I said though, we'll you know, we'll see. We'll play it by ear. We gotta log some time in Dunmorrow, so it's all good. We gotta make the gold one way or the other, so we'll spend some time getting some copper ore. Sounds good to me. I am looking forward to maybe this weekend or something. I'll do some delves on Patholarics, push a Mythic Keystone. Last week I did all the Mythic Zeros, so I did like the world tour of Mythic Zeros. Got a decent amount of gear on Patholarics, so I'll have to keep up a little bit on that. And I'm also trying to keep up on the Conquest. Oh, Keystones are next week. Oh, well I'm chilling then. Okay. So I'll just do my Mythic Zeros again. Mythic Zeros, Delves, hard mode Praise. That'll be good. Imagine if I hadn't made those Ember Silk bags. Man, transmog runs without the Ember Silk bags are rough. Oh, interesting. Okay. Delves are out. Nightmare Praise out. Mythic Zero's now dropping champion loot with daily lockouts. Well, I'm not going to be clearing them every day. I'm not going to lie. I'll do probably a full clear this week. I'm not trying to push world first. I'll just, you know, try to keep a little geared so I can have fun. But I am having fun with Midnight. The way I'm taking a very casual approach to Midnight though, and I think that's how I have the most fun with it. Sometimes I get really caught up in trying to make sure I'm really ahead of the curve on everything. I'm just enjoying, you know, sometimes I'll pop on in the evening and play some Midnight. It's kind of perfect. Gearing feels good so far at Midnight. I like that. I'll probably do a couple dungeons, couple delves, couple nightmare prays, and we'll be probably in a good spot. I also have to finish leveling up Double Down through Burning Crusade, so I'll probably be doing some of that too soon, actually. He's level, what, is he 61 now? Double Down. I do want to get him to 70. Start seeing some of that content. One thing I've noticed with Midnight Professions is I've been making a lot of gold literally just from the patron orders. Even if they don't have the glimmers, sometimes like the materials that you're spending on a patron order are like 50 gold and they give you like a augment rune or something crazy, or those bags. Those bags can have like rank 2 materials. So I've just been farming the patron orders too. I've actually made a lot of gold on patron orders. Not on Goldie, of course, on my mains, but no, those have been fun. I kind of like that aspect. It kind of seems like if you have a concentration character and you do the patron orders, it's like a pretty good setup. You found through rating yesterday that the average WoW player does not know how to play tic-tac-toe. Is there some kind of a tic-tac-toe mechanic in the raid? I haven't looked at the raid yet. I popped into Tettles for a little bit on stream yesterday. I saw they were doing like the first attempts, but I didn't watch too long. But well, I'll probably have to learn it before I start raiding it. So many wipes? Oh no. Yeah, beginning of the season, even the simplest mechanics can be quite tough. Especially if they're mechanics where if like a couple people in the group don't do them, you wipe. With a pug, it's tough. Leveling mining in TBC is the worst. You're stuck trying to mine mithril while high enough for zones with thorium. Yeah. Classic and TBC, you can outlevel your profession so easily. It's true. When I was doing them, even just on the mop character, like leveling 1 to whatever, 60 to see how much gold I could make, I think I had to do like a couple like dedicated hours of farming to maintain my mining and herbalism levels with my current zones, with my XP. The gnome music goes so hard. It's quite nice actually farming here because you go into the different zones and you get the different soundtracks. Because like Tinkertown has a different soundtrack than Morogh, which has a different soundtrack as Coldridge Valley. Although I'll go in, but I don't think Coldridge Valley has any nodes, like herbs or ore. I'll have a look. We are approaching the hour. We don't even have 100 copper ore. Yikes. Yeah, does Coldridge Valley have nodes? I didn't think it did. Did they change it though? I wouldn't think it would, but then the gnome starting area of Tinkertown has nodes. Yeah, it looks like it just has lumber. Like Elwyn, like Northshire Abbey, it doesn't have any profession stuff. Even the wolves, if you get skinning and come back, you can't skin the wolves in Northshire Abbey. They're just unskinnable. Is there just not much copper ore in this zone? There's a fair amount. It's just we're also like, at least for this hour, I'm testing out getting the herbs and the lumber as well. And there is just so much herbs that like all my time is spent getting herbs. Like right here, there's three on the screen. So the ore is fewer and far between than the herbs. So you end up just like getting a lot more herbs than ore. For the rest of the day, I'll probably just be getting mostly copper, but I'll get some ore as well. There's some ore up on top of the mountain here. I'll go get that. Yeti Cave soon? Yeah, we'll hop in the Yeti Cave soon too. Let's go up here and get this. Alright, 100. We should be around 100 now. Yeah. Yeah, there's the cave. Ooh, I haven't been tracking treasure, guys. Let me just switch my spec. Ooh, that's not good. Swap that out. Now we can track treasure. I mean, I'd rather remember now than not do it all day, because we're going to be going over a lot of spots that could have treasure, for sure. Yeah, lumber, the ironwood lumber is warbound banned. So we can get the lumber on Goldie and send it through the bank to our crafting alts. Yeah, honestly, the caves are going to be the highest ratios of ore comparatively. It says there's an ore right here. Maybe it's behind this. On the other side. Must be. One hour for 100 copper ore equals 20 hours for 2,000. That checks out. Checks out. There was a chest back there, so I'm gonna get this ore and I'll go back into the end and get the chest. We're on 47 minutes. I want to see the full zone time, though, so we'll see. This way, right? Yeah, this way. Down, or is it up? How much does the sky golem cost nowadays in the auction house? I don't actually know. I haven't looked for it. Oh, warrior's girdle. I think it's kind of rare. Nice. Wait, what's that? When it goes, is that rare? 200 gold. Okay. Warrior's belt, warrior's girdle. We'll put that there. We'll put our highest valued item, like loot item, on this slot, just so we can kind of keep track of it. I'm sure we'll get a few more chests throughout the day, and hopefully we get a better item than that. But for now, that's our best item. The Sky Golem is going to be a lot of fun to craft when we do get Mr. Pandaria, because by then we'll have enough crafting alt so we won't have to worry about unlearning professions. We'll have engineering and all the professions we need to craft the Sky Golem, and I can just gather on the Sky Golem. Takes 30 days to craft, right? Honestly, the last time I made one was in MOP. I don't know. I know there's the it requires a lot of materials from vendors that cost a lot of raw gold. Like the actual vendor supply materials are like several thousand. And maybe it's like 30 days of CDs to craft one of the things. That's possible. Because you have to do like alchemy CDs or something. But yeah, I made mine back in Mop. So I have it on my account already. So I'll have to make it and then, I guess, sell it. That's actually true. I just realized this. Once we get to Mop, not only can we use the Sky Golem, we can start crafting and selling Sky Golems. And, like, Panther Pets. That's gonna be sweet. A few more 1,000 copper ore before we can do that, though. Perhaps Titan bars from blacksmithing. Maybe, yeah, I think there's some daily cooldown. Oh, another treasure chest up here, guys. Let's go. We're farming treasure chests today. Let's see what the drop is. Silver bound. Fine scimitar. Ooh, 200 gold, okay. Yes, the living steels. Living steels, which are alchemy transmutes. You need those for the Sky Golem, that's right. That's gonna be really fun to explore once we get there. I mean, the gold per hour is definitely better dual gathering than it is solo gathering. So it seems. Oops. What's the alt's profession again? Blacksmithing, leatherworking is the warband alt. Not to mention, we're getting lumber, which doesn't have a value on it, but the profit of decor craft is quite high. So the actual perceived value of the lumber is quite high. Have I looked into dye crafting with these mats? I can do the pigments. I can mill to the pigments. But I haven't done the dye training from the housing department yet, so. The pigments can be quite profitable though. Sometimes. It's pretty variable. I haven't checked the pigment value since Midnight came out, actually. Where's this one? What the heck? Oh, it's up here. $1,800 mithril to go. How much lumber do I need? I'm just kind of getting it to stockpile, but for the achievement, I need another like 75. Once we get this, well, I guess a little more than 75. But once we get that, we'll be a classically trained lumberjack, and we can fly and gather lumber in classic zones. So that'll be helpful. I should already have it, but the achievement wasn't available when I was first gathering lumber on Goldie, so we're getting it now. I have crafted a couple of the Lochmadan bearskin rugs. I have those for sale, so I need to restock my Shadowforge sconces eventually here. Because those are the two crafts I can make with leatherworking and blacksmithing. And then I'll just save the lumber to keep them stocked. Timmy Tech, how's it going? Hey, hey, hey. I think we're approaching the first hour here with the dual gathering. To be fair, this was dual gathering with like 5 minutes spent also pickpocketing. But the pickpocketing didn't end up being... I didn't really like the vibe of going from the gathering to the pickpocketing for the timer, so I just have the 1 hour, or the one pickpocket session in there. Which was one for not, to be fair. I might mix it in, though, if we're doing just mining only later. If this was giving us more than 1, like if the herbalism nodes gave more than 1 to 3, with the average feeling like 1, it would be actually pretty good gold. They're also down in price, so. But hey, I can't complain about 2,000 gold per hour. It's a marked improvement on mining only. What's this general goods vendor have? Ah, the standard stuff. Cool. Yeah, we can definitely probably go down to the other cave too. Shocker, general goods, pretty general stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I guess, yeah, no limited supply items. I don't think most general goods vendors have limited supply, but I don't know. It's worth checking, I think. One thing I will say for Dunborough Dual Gathering is you never feel like you're short on nodes. You're pretty much just hopping from node to node. It's actually quite nice. The lumber's also probably slowing down the gold per hour because you can't see the gold per hour increasing from the lumber. Mechanome smelting is good. I heard mechanomes are pretty darn good for professions. Do you have any tips for mental health, etc.? You're really struggling right now, and you don't feel like you have anyone to talk to. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't have super many tips myself. It's not something I've struggled with personally directly, but I know that there are resources you can reach out to, or if you just have some old friends you can reach out to might be a good starting point, and then connecting with other professionals that might be able to direct you in other places. For other things, but I don't have too many direct advices personally on that. I'm sorry, but it could be tough. So sometimes farming copper ore can help, I think. All good, thank you. No worries. I wish I could help more, but yeah, that's all I can really say. What do we have for time? 2 minutes. Why so much copper ore? Lucas over on Twitch saying, I'll read it out because you can't read between Twitch and YouTube yourselves. But he says, "You are to someone what 2,000 copper ore is to Goldilocks." That's right. That's right. I feel like 2,000 copper ore is a good target. It's a full stack, right? With the current like retail stacks, it's 1 stack of copper ore. Wait, no, it's 2 stacks, isn't it? Oh, all right. There's no rhyme or reason. No rhyme or reason to why it's 2,000 then. Is Golden Path 300 blacksmith yet? Not quite. I haven't farmed the thorium ore yet. The thing about the blacksmithing is I don't really want to just do the base crafts from 250 to 300 because There's a lot of profitable transmog I can craft in that range. So I want to probably just craft the ones I'll eventually sell for the blacksmithing. It wasn't particularly because it's way easier to get the leather to go 250 to 300 than it is to get the ore. So that's like 2.5 hours of farming ore. So I'd rather craft that ore into stuff I'll sell versus the leather. It's like 20 minutes of farming leather to get it. So that's why I did the 300 on the leather working so far. There we go. Real quick, let me just go over the numbers here on the hour of dual gathering with ironwood lumber as well. So we got 145 copper ore. Yo, copper is cheap right now. Oh my gosh, that's why our rates are so low. What? 222? Ah, that's bad. 2 gold, 22 silver per copper ore right now. Yikes. 124 silver leaf. They're 3 gold each right now. 91 peace bloom, 4 gold each right now. And 88 earth root, 3 gold each right now. The prices across all of these are down quite a bit. Rough stone, 127, and we also got 84 ironwood lumber, which doesn't really have a value to it, but it is valuable for crafting decor. Let me just check something here. What are bars going for? Bars are 3 gold each. I might end up at the end of the farming, smelting and crafting into like bolts or something. Let me actually look what a handful of copper bolts are. Oh. Okay, so we're not going to craft them into bolts. Copper bolts are selling for less than copper ore? Okay, pigments are pretty good. Maybe we should have farmed the herbs, not the ore. Jeez, ore is cheap right now. Too late. You gotta go raid. Cheers, have a good stream. Thanks, Assign. Good luck on the raid. Can housing decor be sold once used? No. Once it's kind of like a mount. Once you use it, it goes into like your character log and you can't pull it out. I don't think so. It's not like a pet where you can put it in cage. Bars just smelt in post? Yeah. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to stop tracking herbs for a bit. I'm going to get only the lumber and the ore for a bit here. I still want to get the lumber to get the achievement. But the ore per hour, that's pretty rookie numbers. So we gotta bump those numbers up by just gathering the ore. But yeah, it is kind of looking like right now, it's pretty volatile, the copper ore market, but it does look like right now the move is just to smelt and post the bars. Another option too is to hold and hope the prices increase, but that could be a risky play because they could just go down more. One hour in and only 147 ore. You would be correct. That Morogh is gonna be my home for quite some time. It's pretty rough. We have access to other crafting stuff, and the other good thing is the WoW token, right? The Rufus pack. What is that? Services. The price is nice and low. Nice and low. 234,000, so yeah, we're gonna have to spend some time grinding though. It's definitely not gonna be like Dunbro will probably be one of the higher /played zones in the challenge. So we got to make sure we're getting in there and putting in the farms, or we'll be here forever. Is your alt above where they need copper ore or bronze for blacksmithing? Can't remember where you left off. Yes, they're at 248 blacksmithing the alt, so they need thorium. So this is just going to be straight gold, straight vendor, not vendor, but like straight liquid gold. The copper ore. Because if I smelt it, if I smelt the copper ore, we'll have about 6,000 gold in copper bars. So that's kind of like the target for the day. Yeah. But I do need another 70 lumber to get the achievement. So I want to do that today too. I must have pressed the key bind for my Darkmoon Fair hat. I equipped it. I didn't see that. I also think that just mining ore, like the soul mining only rates, were quite a bit higher in Elwyn. So I'll probably go over to Elwyn for an hour or two today as well to get some of the Elwyn copper ore. Throw back to that as well. I could go to Redridge too, but then Redridge you get tin ore as well, which might be worth more right now, but wouldn't do much for the goal. And today the goal is 2,000 copper ore. But I'll also get some other stuff on the way. Don't hold Smelting posts from a Goblin Mother Trust. Yeah, I'll probably just do that. Liquidate it. Oh, intruder alert. I can farm another zone while being locked to Morogh. Yeah, so like with the structure of the challenge, I'm unlocking new zones as we go, but I'm not getting like exclusively locked to the most recent zone, if that makes sense. So I can access all the other zones we have unlocked. What I do though, when I get a new zone, I try to spend most of my time farming that zone for at least a while. Try to like maximize the farms in the new zone. But technically, I could just go farm Mithril if I really, really wanted to. It's just not like, you know, not the ethos of the challenge. I want to, you know, maximize and try to juice some of these new zone farms. And then maybe after a while, we'll go to some of the higher gold per hour farms, but maybe there's higher gold per hour farms hiding here in Morogh that I haven't found yet, potentially. But yeah, but basically any zone I have unlocked, I could go farm. But for the most part, for the challenge, I kind of just access those old farms for, like, if I unlock some crafting stuff and I want to go farm the materials. Like, when we were leveling up the crafting alt, I went through and I got, like, tin from Stranglethorn, got iron from Stranglethorn South, got mithril from Burning Steps. So it's nice to have those zones unlocked to access the farming materials for sure. "12-hour stream? We'll see. We're farming some copper ore, so it could take a while. Snores in Mulgore, you've been making 10 to 15,000 gold per hour on one farm, and it's kind of sly how. That's some good gold per hour in a starting zone, I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much for free. Maybe once I get the Mulgore, you could tip me. Give me the tip on what it is. Hopefully, you should be out by then. And then we'll swap. And I'll take the 10 to 15k per hour farm. But no, 10 to 15k is good. Oh, you're already out? Yeah, that's a good gold per hour, especially in the starting zone. You can tell me now it's really bad what you're doing, to be fair. Is it like an exploit farm? Soul King, you're saying there's a hyper spawn farm in Mulgore? Depending on the hyper spawn farms, they can be quite good. Unless the loot stops dropping after a while, then it's kind of a bit rough. There's a mob-specific item that sells for a lot, and you've had zero issue min buy selling it for 500 to 1k each, and there's like 10 at a time. For 1k or something, I'll go to bed. Oh, is it like a white item that has like a high market value, and you sell for like 5-10% of the market value? Selling to snipers. Honestly, that's like can be a pretty good move. I did a little bit of that just to get out of zones, right? For sure with like the Riverside staff, I sold a bunch of those underpriced. Or the Dead Mines farm. I was selling some Dead Mines cleavers for like 500 gold, yeah. Yeah, those could be pretty good. Elemental spots are also good. The higher level you are, they start to drop Cataclysm Gray. Oh, that could be good. There's elementals here too. I should farm these guys here, the water elementals. Elemental water generally isn't worth too much, but it's definitely worth testing out in a little bit. You've been listing all your transmog sale items at like average sale prices. To be fair, like that's a good way to get sales. Like, you know, if you look at the average sale price and you list for that, you're gonna move a lot more inventory. The transmog market is one of those where over time there is like this inflation creep of people like prices going up. Because yeah, if someone posts for a very high amount, it gets averaged in to the, you know, total market value, and people start to have like an upward creep. So sometimes it can be very helpful to look at the actual average sale prices to justify where you're going to sell for. More bones. Hey, Path, hope you're doing well. Thank you, I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well too. Snores, you watch Trader Steve like I recommended, and now you've downloaded RuneScape for the first time and even bought a sub. Let's go. Yeah, Trader Steve is, I love that series. It's hype. A carrion, greetings, traveler. Honestly, I'm gonna go into this cave. This cave is quite good for copper ore. Stella scratched at the door. I wonder why. We went for a good walk today. It was raining though. Got pretty wet out there. Okay. I've been doing the battle with a crossbow that seems to be only you and another guy selling for 5 million gold, and you're just trying not to have to sell anymore, so you're posting for like 10k. That's funny. They'll probably snipe it. Honestly though, like taking a 5-10k insta sale is not a bad thing, even if the item value suggests it's much higher. It's what it is. Have I broken into Midnight content on my main at all? Yes, so I've been playing Midnight kind of like a little bit on stream, like a tiny bit on stream, but I have been playing off stream as well. I have like 3 characters I'm playing in Midnight right now. Only one's max level though. The other ones are just like profession characters. I have like my main is a paladin, level 90, pretty geared, PvP and a little bit of PvE, dual gathering, and then I have an alt that is alchemy inscription, and then an alt that is tailoring leatherworking for gathering. I do need to level up that alt eventually, like the tailor and the leatherworker soon, to do like group farms and stuff like that, but I've been having fun with Midnight as well. It's been pretty good. I only need 40 more lumber for the achievement. Sure, I can get that. $1,700 ore to go. I hate to inform you, but there's 1,809 ore to go. Yeah, we're even behind the 8 ball on that estimate. We're doing good though. I think we're on pace. We're on a good pace here. Goldbound and, you know, getting out of these zones a lot of the time, it's not about the sprint. It's about a consistent churn. Oh, for you. Oh, you're also farming. Oh, let's go. Yeah, you might beat me. Once I stop picking up the lumber, my rates should increase, but yeah. It definitely slows you down. I really want the achievement though for the lumber gathering 250. Plus, it's just nice to have some stockpiled to craft later with. What's my favorite skill in OSRS? My favorite skill. That's a tough one. I don't. It's hard to think about them in like individually. I look at it very holistically. But I think my favorite skill would be. Maybe woodcutting. I just have I have a lot of fond memories of just woodcutting yew trees back in the day. Very simple task. Brian Peters, why am I doing this to myself? I'll have to circle back on that one. No, I just kind of like farming these old zones. It's kind of quite fun. It's cool that I added woodcutting to WoW. Yeah, we're basically woodcutting now. Very different vibe in World of Warcraft woodcutting, but it's nice to have a different gathering profession in there. And I think the addition of ironbound lumber and the whole decor crafting system being based on lumber, which is a non-tradable trade good, I think it's so perfect. If lumber was tradable, it would have gone down in price because of bots, and decor prices would have tanked because people could craft every single piece. But the way it is, lumber is what limits decor volume. Because every piece of decor, someone spent like 10 minutes out in the world farming for it. And it... Stella, you okay? And it can't be traded. So normally something like that, that's just like kind of this basic input, would be outsourced to people who sell it for cheaper. aka, you know, bots that drive down prices. So I think it's been a really, really good addition. One sec, Stella's really thinking something's wrong. Let me go check on her. You okay? What's wrong? What's going on? Show me. Did you just want to say hi? You just wanted to say hi? Okay. You have water, right? So Stella's in the room now because she's getting a bit worried, I think. Yeah, she's just laying on the carpet now. It looked like the door to my garage was ajar, so I think the wind was like going like to the door to the garage. I think she was getting stressed out. I didn't hear it, but now she's happy just on the carpet there. $25 more lumber. Yeah, it still demands attention. She's probably cold. Well, it was raining this morning for our walk, so she came in drenched. But she seems to have dried off now. She's just chilling. We'll let her hang out for a while. Jesper should have been 3K. If we were, our pace right now, we're an hour and 20 minutes in at 200. If we did 3,000, this would be like, ooh, that'd be a long stream. Was I a banker or financer before streaming full time? Seems like I know a lot about economics and money management. I find economics and money management very interesting, but I wasn't a banker or a financer. My undergrad I did in business, so I took classes in those, but that was a long time ago. And not what I, worked in. I guess it had elements of it, but doesn't everything. Everything leads back to the money. You know what they say? Follow the money. But no, I like a lot of the books I like to read are, you know, personal finance, money management stuff. Yeah, these copper ore numbers are pretty rookie. We gotta once we're done with the lumber, we gotta focus on the ore. If you look at the table here, the last like 8 things we've gotten have been lumber. So everything leads to statistics and money. A lot of things do. I mean, statistics are everywhere. But stats are, you know, quite fascinating. Clearly, Path wanted to be rich, farming all the gold. We're farming all the gold. Yeah. All the copper, really. I'm kind of curious. I'm sure today, at some point today, I'll test just only mining only in Elven Forest. I haven't done a mining only in Owen Forest since there was the flying while mounted bug, or the mining while mounted bug, where if you hovered over the node, you could gather it. It really increased the efficiency quite considerably. So I'm quite curious to see how much gold you can get, or how much copper you can get per hour if you don't hover mine. Like if you have to dismount. I feel like that would be like a 10 to 15% reduction. Where's the... Oh, that one was hiding in there. Ooh. Do I think the rogue find treasure ability has made a difference in how I make gold? It's definitely increased my like general gold per hour from gathering, because you just get like transmog while you're farming trade goods, so it does add up. It certainly adds up. Sometimes I don't have it on, but I remember to turn it on today, like a little bit into the farm session. Go up here and get this ore. I don't know how effective this one is. This is a little out of the way, but we'll go for it. I can check on the rare spawn. Oh, he's up. May as well get him. Like a scared miner. Ooh, ice-covered bracers. Nice. And Pioneer trousers. The Pioneer trousers aren't worth much, I don't think. Yeah, 34 gold. Not too much. Find treasure used to be a dwarf racial. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it did used to be that. I feel like it should be all rogues. Like, why is it just one spec? It's kind of annoying. It is what it is, I guess. So every zone has its own charms, but is there a zone that I'm just not looking forward to? There's no zone I'm like dreading, because a lot of the ones that seem like might be rough, like Deadwind Pass, in a weird way, I'm kind of really looking forward to that one. Maybe like that I'm just like not looking forward to. Like, let me see one I haven't really thought about. I haven't really thought about Hills, Brad. It's not that I'm not looking, like I'm not dreading it. I'm just like not actively looking forward to it. Like, I haven't been thinking about it, but it's also kind of far away. But it's not like terribly bad or anything. Yeah, starting zones are the worst as far as like raw gold. But the nice thing is now it's like a good dichotomy where at least with the starting zone we're getting a crafting ult, so it's kind of like, it's nice in that sense. We did spend a lot of time leveling the crafting ult, so we got a boogie on some of these farms. 1,000 needles would be tedious, you reckon? I know there's the Saltstone Cave in 1,000 needles, so a good transmog farm there. But the Saltstone Cave might be kind of ruined by open world farming, like the open world anti-hyperspawn mechanic. Other than that, I think like, yeah, 1,000 needles, especially the new 1,000 needles with the water. It's probably gonna be like silk ore, maybe iron mining. There's probably some transmog though. Moonglade scares you? Yeah, Moonglade scares me too. Oh, good point, Timmy. RFK is in 1,000 needles now, so it has a dungeon. So that is good. That'll help. By the way, we're getting to the end of our lumber for the day. I just want to get to the 250 achievement. So once we get the 250, I'm only going to pick up ores. You okay, Stella? You can kind of see Stella now. She got her tail wagging. Oh, now I called her over. Oh. Getting all the rare spawns today. Farming in midnight is still just too good to pass. I was doing some dual gathering last night, and it was pretty good gold per hour. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was making bank. Getting those rank 2 ores and herbs, ooh, like 200 to 300 gold a pop sometimes. Please. Yeah, I know it's really good gold. If I did this stream and farmed the same amount of time that I'm gonna farm today, in retail, it would be a WoW token. Probably. That's crazy. There we go. Classically trained lumberjack. Reward for this achievement is mounted lumber harvesting in classic zones. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. Oot in a boot. Try it out. So I should be able to... Ooh, that's nice. Look at that. Love to see it. I guess I can still pick up lumber now that I have gathering while mounted. Very good. Although, you know, we do need to focus on some copper ore. Classically trained miner should be achievement as well. It should be. It should be farm 100,000 copper ores and you get mining while mounted. I would do it. I'd do it. Maybe I have already done it. No, if you added up all the copper ore I've mined, I bet you I'm closer to like 30,000 on Goldie. Total. Do you have to do that for all the expansions? There is an achievement where if you gather 250 of the lumber in the expansion that you can then gather it while mounted. I don't have to. Once I get the new expansions, I will do it. But I can't do it right now because I can't access those zones. But once I go to Outland, I'll for sure progress through the same achievement. Honestly, it's very, very handy. Now we get way more lumber per hour. I wonder if there's an angle where I just get a ton of lumber and then craft decor items, but just like sell them for kind of cheap. You know? Like, as long as I'm getting double the return on the crafting
7
materials.
months.
Yo, Brent JDKC, waiting for the 7 months. How's it going? Appreciate the prime. We're out here farming some copper ore in Morogh. But yeah, like, could be pretty good. Can't I see how many copper ore I've mined in stats? No, it doesn't show you that, unfortunately. Also, my stats, the gold is kind of bugged. But professions, skill, no, that's kills. Skills, professions, it doesn't show you mining. It just shows like highest mining skill. It shows items disenchanted. We've disenchanted 3,000 items. If I had a permanent disenchanter, that'd be way higher. But yeah. It doesn't give you like a total ores collected. That'd be a cool achievement though. Cool thing. Does the crafting alt have to gather wood themselves? No, the nice thing is with lumber, Lumber is, I'll hover over it here, is warband bound. So I can transfer it to my alt to craft with. So I can just get it on, Goldie and send it to the alt. TBC is really, really good. I'm looking forward to farming in TBC. I am for sure. I think there's more viable fishing farms in TBC than Classic, so I'm looking forward to that. In Classic, it kind of seems like to be a profitable fishing farm, you kind of have to have pools. Or like something like Stendel's Bane. So I'm looking forward to it. Will I do all of Classic before going to Outland on Goldie? Yes, I will. Not all the zones will be the speed of Dunmorrow. Dunmorrow, I don't think it'll be too long timeline-wise. Like, we're gonna spend a lot of time farming. It'll be it'll be one of the bigger slash played zones, though. I think the only slash played zone that's going to beat Dunmorrow for like how long it's going to take is Elwyn. Of course, we could always get a lucky transmog sale and literally be out tomorrow. So that's the thing. Even though we're kind of getting like similar low farms as Elwyn, we have a pretty big transmog backlog that we're still selling. And I've been doing reposts every day on transmog, and we've been getting a couple sales come through, so it's been pretty good. Elven starting area is worse. No ore to fell back on. Be an herbalism angle, eh? Yeah, it could be tough. I'll suffer in Tedrasa with no mines. Yeah, no mines is pretty crazy. Herbalism is good though. And there's housing, you know. Yeah. It's always going to be harder if you start only in the new starting zone. Like, we have access to a lot of stuff that we wouldn't have access to if we had started in Dunmorrow. So with Midnight right now, the raid is out, but it's just the heroic version of the raid. How does that work for like Race to World First? Are they all just farming it now, just getting the heroics and learning the fights, and kind of planning for Mythic? They'd have to be, right? They're probably doing every Mythic 0 every day on like multiple characters. Oof. Yo, Race for World people are probably grinding hard right now. Oh, heroic split runs. So they funnel gear. Oh my gosh. So they have a bunch of alts that can like do the heroics, but then they only send like a couple of the main raiders in those runs and all the gear goes to the mains. That's crazy. I love it. Respect. They also pay players to help. Does Blizzard pay the guild with the world first, or is it just like the Is there like a prize? Or is it kind of just like the notoriety and the, you know, the attention? Or is there like a legit, like, is it like a, does Blizzard have like a lot of like esports will have like a prize plus sponsors? Not that you know of, it's mostly just sponsors plus streams plus YouTube and subs. Okay. So it's content, basically. Similar, I guess, to like, well, not similar, I guess. Like, arena players, when they go to arena competitions, they can win the competition. There's usually like a prize pool. Plus the clout. Well, like, also the achievement. Yeah, like the team will probably have sponsors, and then if you're on the team, they might have like a salary. Blizzard doesn't care to give prizes. Yeah, Blizzard's funny sometimes. AWC has prizes though, right? Yo, any room in the guild or neighborhood? Just coming back to retail from Classic. There is room in the guild. If you apply on the community, I just go through every now and then and accept the applicants like this. And then the community, there are still housing plots available. It basically just like creates a new phase. And so there's always plots available for guildies. It's not always, it's like the same neighborhood, but like it's a layer of the neighborhood. So the first layer, I think, is filled, but there might be some spots that come available if people, like, leave or AFK too long. So, but there are definitely plots if you want to get into housing. And there's room in the guild. We're at like 430 people right now, so once we hit the cap, we'll have to start looking to see if anyone's been offline for a long time. But for now, I just accept everyone. And alts and stuff, so yeah, we're at 424 members. Crazy, that's cool. I guess I just want the ore. Just the ore. Race to Worlds First is not a Blizzard-sponsored competition. It's a player-created... Ah, that's fair. Yeah, it's not like a Blizzard-sanctioned event. It's just like they release the raid, and it's like a player-driven thing. It would be like World's First level 90. But just like on a way, way bigger spectrum of that. Okay. That makes sense. Is Auction House server specific? It's cross region. It's cross region. So trade goods, things that are like trade good materials are cross region. Transmog is server groups. So it's like several realms will share a server group, but the trade goods are cross the entire region. Supply, let me get you in. Let's go. Bjorn. So far, we've been going for an hour and 40. We've made 4,300 gold in value. I think some of that is the trade good value, but that's, or the transmog value, but that's okay. We'll add that on there. Bad day to be a rare in Dunmorrow. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Titles made a 2-hour documentary style video covering the history of Race to World First. Oh, I should watch that. That'd be cool. Vegan Dragon, how's it going? Good to see ya. Hope everyone's having a beautiful Wednesday. Great day to farm some copper ore, guys. I wonder for Morogh if it's better with how far apart the ore is to Skyride. Honestly, it probably is. If you're not stopping for all the herbs and the lumber, like we go quite a way sometimes without the ore nodes. I will venture into the cave though. But also in retail, it's a little different than classic. Like, for example, this guy, he's from a different realm than me. But retail, like, you'll see people from every realm in the world. As long as they're on your region, like, it's kind of like how classic has layers. Retail, you'll see everyone from different realms on a different layer. It's not going to be restricted to your realm. So it's less important for, like, open world farms like that. So you can kind of just play on whatever server you want. The only thing is, the auction house might be a little different for the transmog, because higher pop realms might be on like a different transmog realm group. But for open world farms and stuff, you'll be able to see everyone. It'll just be different layers. Gonna assume you're not counting Exile's Reach, as it would be raw gold only. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't even thought about Exile's Reach. I've never done Exile's Reach. I've never done it. I always say, please let me go to my nostalgia zones of like Northshire Abbey. Maybe I should do I've never done Exile's Reach on a character. Is it good? Do Exiles Reach if you hate yourself? I mean, it could be good. When I level a new character, I want to have the nostalgia of questing through Elwyn Forest, you know? I'm okay. The way I see it, I don't want to level in Battle for Azeroth. In my head, Exiles Reach is BFA leveling, you know? Maybe that's not a good take on it. Maybe I should do it. I should probably do it just so I know, but yeah. Exiles Reach is next punishment zone. I do think Exiles Reach would be like a raw gold zone, right? Like you couldn't get anything but raw gold. And can you even go to Exiles Reach on a non-new character? It's like in RuneScape, you can't go back to Tutorial Island once you're off the Tutorial Island, right? Could I go to Exiles Reach on Goldie if I wanted to? No, you cannot? Yeah. So I could never go there on Goldie. You'd have to go on a new character. Oh. Huh. That does raise the question, how far can you progress in Exile's Reach? It's instanced. There might be like a max... There's probably a max level. There's probably a max time played. You'd have to find a GM to TP there. That'll be easier said than done, I think. Yeah. New character. Yeah, it would have to be a new character. Interesting. Interesting thought experiment, though. Are there vendors there? I'm kind of curious. I almost want to explore it on a new character, just like see what potential challenges you could do there. Because I'm sure there'd be some fun restricted account challenges there. You can raw gold until your eyes bleed. I think it would just be raw gold, right? There's no profession trainers. You could use your class mounts, right? So, not class mounts. You could use like Brutosaur or Grizzly Hills Packmaster to get a vendor if you need. I am gonna, yeah, grab a switch flight style in a second here. I think it'll be better for Dunmorogh farming. There's a vendor halfway through the quest line. So you wouldn't necessarily have to get to level 10 to mount. Otherwise, yeah, I'd have to get to level 10 to mount. Well, to be fair, to sell, if there is trade goods, I could mount the Brutosaur there and sell on the auction house. Oh, we got another farmer out here. You cannot do the double agent challenge anymore. Like if you went to Exile's Reach. Or the Mr. Pandaria one even. Yeah, I think it's... a bit different. You'd have to do it open world, and you'd have to declare a faction. It's all just vendor trash and Exile's Reach. That's crazy. Is there any, like, decent vendor trash, or is it all, like, copper? Like, worth coppers? We're making pretty good progress towards the next level. Like, this is basically how we're going to be leveling up on Gould to level 90. Slow and steady. You think you select a faction? Yeah, I think you have to start Horde or Alliance as a panda now. You select it on the character select screen, not at the end. Right? Yeah, there's like hardly any copper ore over in this corner. We are 1.8% of the way to a WoW token just from this little farming here today. We're going at a good speed if you look at it that way. That's actually pretty good. That's actually really good. We're nearly 2% of a WoW token just today farming copper ore. Huh. That's really, really good. Nice. Oh. Ah, the ore keeps despawning. Someone's farming ahead of me. If that keeps happening, I'm going to hop over to Elwyn for a bit. Go into war mode and show him what's good. I mean, chances are it's probably a gnome. Yeah. If this one disappears, I'm out. Oh no, we got it. Time to unlock the Horde Warband character. That would do it. Yeah, there's not much ore in Dunmorogh. What race am I thinking for the first Horde character of the Warband? That'll depend on the zone we get, right? Because if we get Mulgore, it'll be Tauren. I guess if it's Durotar, then we can do Troll or Orc. There's no ore in here. I don't really have a super strong preference between Troll or Orc. Necessarily. What are their profession proficiencies? Trolls are the gnomes of the Horde. I've played a troll and I've played an orc. I've never really mained troll or orc. I'm not really that much of a Horde player. When I did play Horde, I played Tauren. Because I was Paladin in Cataclysm. Or something like that. What class do I want it to be? I don't know. It depends on the race. If it's an orc, I'd probably go warrior. If it's a troll, I'd probably go hunter. I'm not really playing the actual crafting alts though, like its characters. They would just be crafting. But do troll or orcs have any proficiencies? I don't think they do they? So it's pretty much a dead even heat. So maybe orc looks better in transmog. I mean, there's that. What I do want to do though is get different classes, because then I can get the tier 1 and the tier 2 sets for the transmog alts, or the transmog alts for the crafting alts, and have them just like kitted out in tier 1. I think that would be cool, just to have all the transmog, sorry, not transmog alt, crafting alts just kitted out in tier 1. The true endgame and transmog alts. Yeah, Tauren has herbalism. I mean, I'm not going to do it, but like a good play would go be Tauren gathering alt, to go Tauren herbalism mining. But I like the herbalism and mining is like such a big part of the Goldbound challenge. It has to be on Goldie. Like, he's a gatherer at heart. I'm not going to be delegating that out to another alt. Not in a million years. High mountains have mining depthness. JS or spawning mid-cast is a personal pet peeve of yours. You really wish Blizzard would just put if you tag it, quality of life improvement. Oh my gosh, me too. It's been so bad in midnight zones. I feel like half the nodes I tag I don't get. It's actually so frustrating. I 100% agree with that. It should just be like, if you click it, it shouldn't disappear. If it disappears before you click it, whatever, you know? But once you've dismounted and pulled mobs and click the ore and it disappears, oh my gosh. Is there anything worse than that? No. Goblins or alchemy? That would be handy. Yeah, an alchemist would be good. Especially for like daily transmutes and stuff. Although in Classic now, they're not really daily transmutes, are they? I don't think they are. For those of you that are playing Midnight right now, if you could only do one profession in Midnight, what profession are you rolling? Can't be gathering, has to be production. I'm curious. Engineering all day? Is engineering, is it good right now? Timmy, you'd be Tailor? Tailor isn't bad because you can craft and gather now with tailoring. Leatherworking because you're a leatherworking main. That's understandable. Enchanting is fun. Yeah. Jewel crafting. Tailor for bags. All good choices. All good choices. Yeah, I feel like I might be alchemy. I like alchemy quite a bit. I like crafted flasks. I don't know why. Health pots make the world go round. That they do. Ah, hidden away over here. Got it. Yeah, 400 copper ore. 400 copper ore down. 2 hours in. If we maintain this pace, 4, 8, 12, 16, 12, that's 10 hours. I think our pace has definitely sped up, though. Now that we're not gathering lumber or herbs, it definitely speeds up the pace. Flowy, how's it going? I think at 500 copper ore, I'm gonna mix it up with a fill up my water bottle, get a fresh liter of water, and go to like Elwyn for a bit. Alchemy is the best. That's the thing with alchemy is like it's evergreen. Other professions, once you craft like like Abyss, people don't necessarily need the enchant or the item. But alchemy, as long as people are doing Mythic Plus and raiding, they're getting their consumables, right? So alchemy is kind of evergreen in that sense, where there's consistent weekly demand for the crafts. How does mining compare to grime encrusted objects gold per hour? It's technically lower. Technically, grime encrusted objects are a higher gold per hour than mining copper ore. Which is kind of quite funny. Yeah, the grime encrusted objects came at about 2,000 gold per hour. This is showing a higher actual gold per hour on Loot Appraiser because there is some transmog we got in there. So it's calculating the value of the transmog as well, not just the copper ore. Total copper ore value so far is 930 gold. It all adds up, though. Hey, yo, what's the current WoW token price? Last I checked, it was 234,000 gold. I checked, I think like an hour ago. I'm hoping we can get enough gold in Morogh to hit these lower token prices, because the rates are low, but also the token is down quite a bit. So if we can get in on some of these lower prices, it would be very, very, very helpful. Why is the US token so cheap? I think the EU token also dropped down. Just like a lot of the factors with like the new expansion coming out. A lot of market factors happening. More players are back and buying gold through tokens, so it reduces the value of the token because they're actually like buying gold with it. Also, a lot of people bought the expansion with it, right? So they we'll probably see it tick back up a month after the expansion, I would imagine. EU token was 309 today. That's the lowest I've heard for the EU token in a while as well. That's crazy. That's good. That's below old retail prices, or not retail, old NA prices, isn't it? Because yeah, a few tokens I bought on NA were like 360. Yeah, I think 360 is the most I paid for a token. And the cheapest one was the last one. I paid, what was it, 240? Was it 240? Or 250? For the Stranglethorn Veil token? Yeah, it's quite low. 242? That sounds about right. Yeah, I ain't complaining. Lower token price, that's good for me. Lower token price, but we also have the trade good crash of midnight. Floey, gotta wake up again early tomorrow. See ya. Catch you later, Floey. Thanks for popping in. Last you checked the Taiwanese token, it was at 700,000 gold. Oh my gosh. That's mad. That's a lot of gold. Rora, lovely to see the stream this morning. Hope I've been good. I've been great. Hope you've been good too. No, I've been doing really well. Got a brand new zone to explore, different scenery. Although we will be going back to Elwyn pretty soon to test out the farms there. I'm really curious to see how much the gold per hour is on only mining without the mining while mounted bug. I'm very curious about that. $444 copper ore, not bad. Okay. We have the lone frayed knot as well. That's kind of funny. You think some gold disappeared when several people bought a couple of the $10 million paintings to flex? I mean, yeah, that does take some gold out of circulation that people didn't realize. If they bought it before it was kind of revealed or found out that you could reduce the price of that painting. If you didn't know, there's a painting in a midnight dungeon that sells for gold cap, but if you do a couple steps and get all of these fortunes from the fortune teller, it reduces the price to what, like 500 gold or something? But some people actually bought it for the gold cap, which, oof, that's rough. I would cry. Is Goldbound this Saturday? Yes, it's going to be a Goldbound episode this Saturday. Confirmed. $999 gold, right, not 500. That's the reduced price. Glad to hear. Been listening while you've been doing your own grind. Currently doing Burning Crusades Netherwing rep Oh, that's a good grind. You know what? World of Warcraft... It's one of those games where less and less... Well, you know what? Maybe they're changing a little bit in retail, but you really just gotta find the grind that you want to do, you know, and do that grind. That's where you find the most enjoyment. Because the base of World of Warcraft from classic WoW was just the leveling grind, the slow progression, the MMO progression of getting, you know, a little bit better stats on your bracers, a little bit more damage on your weapon, and you just felt that incremental progress. And that's the MMO grind. That I feel that same progress when I'm farming my 2,000 copper ore or doing a rep grind. You just gotta find the grind you like to do. It's the beauty of World of Warcraft. Shuck. Catch you later. Stella went out now? She's checking out the door. I can open it in a second, Stella, if you want to go. One sec. Alright, Stella's signing out, I guess. Gonna find out on Saturday if one of the big transmog items sold finally. That's true. Just farming copper ore for the memes. Yeah, Stella hit her quota for stream dog of the day, and then she said, "All right, that's enough." She said, "All right, I'm gonna clock out now." I said hello. That's fair, Stella. Catch you later. $480. Yeah, once I get to 500, I'll do a drink refill. Water refill. Got a warlock here. Cantress. Hi there, how's it going? Also, we did just pass over into 2% of a WoW token earned today. That's pretty good. I think a good portion of the value is transmog. We did get a couple pieces. Dodge that there. It's crazy how in current content farming, the 4,000 gold that we've gotten so far in 2 hours, you could reasonably get that on one proc. If you got an herb that had a lotus, you could reasonably get that value in one node. Pretty crazy. That's how it goes though. Beginning of expansion's always the best time for dual gathering, or professions in general. There's always gold to be made at the start of an expansion. Ambitious goal for the stream. We're making our way. 2,000 copper ore ink. We got this. How common is it for a French Canadian to not know English? I don't know. I live in Alberta, so I don't really. I've never been to like Quebec or anything like that, so I don't know how common it is. I can say how common it is for an English-speaking Canadian to not know French. Most will be like. Most English-speaking Canadians will have like very, very, very rudimentary French, and maybe like 10-15% are like fluent to like passable fluent, maybe higher. But like I know I can like say like basic hello, how are you, how's your day, and like colors and count. But I could not have a conversation in French, not even close. No, see. Yeah, you're Toronto here. You can read basic science and stuff, but you can't speak it at all. That's kind of like me. Kayla Zolu, thank you for the tier 1. Hope you're having a great day. Most French speakers are like 70% English capable. They're typically very fluent relative to the reverse. Yeah, I don't have any direct knowledge on that, but that makes sense to me. I do think French-speaking Canadians speak English at a much higher rate than English-speaking Canadians speak French. I think that's a very correct statement, I think. But yeah, like in school, we have like French classes. Also, 506 copper ore. Let me get this copper ore up here. Next challenge, I cannot leave Ellen Forest until I've earned a wild token, but I have to speak French for the entire stream. This is pretty much the extent of my French. Bonjour, je m'appelle Goldilocks. Comment ça va? That's about it. What else? I have like random words I'll know in French. Cause I had French class like in school, but like only in like middle school. Ça va bien? Bien? Très bien. Très bien. I feel like we're just getting way more copper ore right now. We're going really fast. Really fast. I like it. I said I was gonna get a refill, but like we just blew right past the 500. Yeah, I can't read a lot of what you guys are saying, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I have a very limited vocabulary in en français. At this rate, it'll be a 6-hour stream. Yeah, I stopped herbing, I stopped lumbering, and I stopped pickpocketing. So our copper ore per hour should be a lot higher now. We got the achievement for the lumber. Also, I love how you can see the Twilight Highlands Bastion of Twilight thing up in the distance. That's so cool. Okay, but seriously, I should get a water refill because we gotta stay hydrated. So it'll be like a 2-minute break, guys. We're gonna get some water refills. Make sure you're staying hydrated as well. You can't farm 2,000 copper ore if you don't take little breaks to get some water, okay? So we'll be right back, and then we'll hit even harder when we get back, okay? BRB. We got some iron, or no, we got some copper ore to farm. I'm gonna go test an hour in Elwyn. I'm curious to compare the rates, see if it's faster rates in Elwyn Forest. So let's go check that out. Got the hydration going. I've been in a caloric deficit. I've been dieting, right? So one of the things I do when I'm eating in a less food, I tend to drink carbonated water. I love sparkling water, so I've just been having that. It's been great. So we're at 5:18. I'll just do like an impromptu timer here. There we go. Been a while since we've been here. This is crazy. Do I find the carbonation creates a better filling effect? Yeah, so it makes me feel kind of full. It kind of tides you over. So if I... don't take my advice. This sounds very eating disorderly. But oh my gosh, Thoreau's, yeah, we'll take you out. But if I'm hungry in between meals, I'll just have a sparkling water about it. Yeah, not nutrition advice, guys, but for my specific goals, it's helpful. I think Elwyn is going to be a steady flight zone. Hashtag not a doctor. Yeah. I mean, technically. But not hashtag not a doctor. Makes sense though, more gas and bloating. Yeah, it just fills the stomach up. It's bad for your teeth? Is carbonated water bad for your teeth? Like it has it's not soda pop, it's just like sparkling water. I don't think it's is it bad for your teeth? I thought it was fine. Uh-oh. I thought I was making a good choice not having like soda pops, just carbonated water. I'm gonna believe carbolic acid. Does it create carbic acid, really? From CO2? Huh. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and just be okay with it. I love carbonation, so you gotta. I'm just gonna have this one, okay, guys? I'm just gonna. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna be okay with it. You know what? I accept that everything can be bad for you. Just make sure it passes my teeth without touching. Everything in moderation. I have been having like 5 liters of carbonated water a day. That doesn't sound too moderate to me. I didn't know that like if you carbonated water, it made carbic acid. I didn't know that. Well, it is what it is. 5 liters, yeah. Well, because I drink like 8 liters of water per day, and I recently got like a one of those like things that you can just like carbonate your own water. Because I was like, I don't want to buy like fizzy water. I'll just like carbonate like my tap water. And so then I've been kind of going crazy on it and having a lot of it. I thought it was like good for you. It's got to be like not that bad though for your teeth. 8 liters, am I a camel? Oh, that one disappeared. I drink a lot of water. I'm a big guy. work out pretty hard, sweat a lot. Yeah, 8 liters. That's like all fluids though. So if I'm tracking my fluids, like a coffee will count. If I have cereal and I put milk in it, that counts. That's like fluids for the day. 8 liters of fluids. Not straight, not just all water. It's a fairly weak acid. I think I would be more worried if, you know, if I was having that much or like drinking like most of my water from soda pop. Even then I wouldn't, I'm not gonna lie guys. I've had my fair share of soda pops in my day. But those have like citric acid and like a lot more, like a Diet Coke will have a lot more of a strong acid than sparkling water. If that's not correct, then I don't know anything, but that's my assumption. It is an assumption though. I didn't do any research on that. To be fair, when I'm trying to lose weight for competition, water's like 90% of my diet. Yeah, so for example, like I have 8 liters of fluids like right now, but if I'm water loading, like if I'm trying to cut weight for like my competitions, like my powerlifting or strongman competitions, I'll consume more than normal amounts of water. But the key here is more than normal, like if you're water loading, also again, not medical advice. You just have to like look at your baseline. So I know my baseline and just go above that. So I drink 12 liters of water when I'm water loading. But if someone didn't drink much water, like if someone only ever drank 4 liters a day and then tried to water load on 12 liters, you could have some serious problems. But because like I always have 8 liters, it's just like a 50% increase. I'm not going from 8 liters to like 24 liters or like 8 liters to 16. I'm not doubling, I'm just going up by 50% when I water load. Only 4 liters a day? I mean, a lot of people, I would imagine the average water consumption or like fluid consumption from like the average person is probably close to 4 liters a day. Maybe less. A lot of people are quite dehydrated and don't really realize it. Same with like a lot of people are sleep deprived and don't really realize it. Try inhaling carbon dioxide. When your ADHD kicks in, your water consumption may be near 0. Yeah, if you get locked in on something and you don't drink any water. Do I cut off salt when I'm water loading as well? Yes. So it's a bit of a process. Like my typical water load, if I'm cutting weight for competitions, it's a 7-day protocol. The first couple days, I increase my fluids and I increase my sodium. However, when I go into the phase where I am like cutting water, so like the last 2-3 days, I reduce my water intake. I am getting a very specific amount of electrolytes and sodium to maintain my balances, but the sodium does go down. But I'm intentionally adding salt in to maintain a certain level. Again, not medical advice, but this is what I do. Yeah. If I was cutting water and I just completely cut out salt, you can get some really bad electrolyte imbalances. It's extremely unsafe to do and not recommended. Yeah, water cutting is very dangerous. Yeah, like at the levels of sports where you're cutting water, it's an unhealthy level of training and dedication sometimes. Yeah. What do I use for my electrolytes? You've seen a lot of people doing ads for Element and was curious about it. I've used Element a bit. I quite liked them. Right now, I'm not using like a specific electrolyte supplement. Just because I'm not like in a specific kind of phase of training. I rely a little more on them when I'm doing more so endurance training or things like that. But it depends. Like when I was into endurance training, I would do a lot of like carb mixtures with electrolytes and stuff like that. Right now, it's not my main priority, so I kind of just like pretty low on the supplements. Like I'm taking right now, I'm pretty much just taking creatine and AG1 as like my daily drivers, and like protein powder, and I'm pretty happy with that. Judging that I report similar light per day as here in Norway, you live far north in Alberta. I do live quite north. I live more north than most people. Yes. I think Alberta has the northernmost city with at least 1 million people, right? Edmonton? Is that a true fact? I heard that. I think Edmonton, Alberta, is the northern... I don't live in Edmonton, by the way. I think, but I live in the same province. I think Edmonton, Alberta is the northernmost city in the world with at least 1 million people. That's what I heard. Is the EU also called Goldbound? Yes, there is an EU guild called Goldbound. I don't know if I'm not running it really, so I don't know if the applications are rolling or how's it working, if people are inviting, but there is an EU Goldbound. Oslo has less than 1 million. I do want to go to Norway. If I live far from people, wouldn't that make me a gold hermit instead of a gold goblin? I guess so. Yeah? Excuse me. Copper ore rates are way higher in Elwyn. Well, way higher. We're almost at 100. Maybe it's not that much higher. Maybe it's just like no one else is farming here. We'll see. That startled you? Sorry. I don't know. I must have some allergies to something. Mother Fang is not up. Biggest city north of the Arctic Circle is Murmansk. Has about 300,000 people. That's pretty cool. Because we're 13 minutes into the Elwyn farming and we've gotten 90. So I think we're on pace for over 400 copper ore per hour. In Elwyn. When I tested copper ore only in Dunmorrow, I peaked at about 375 per hour. We're slower today because I started off doing lumber and all that stuff as well. But I just wanted to test an hour of Elwyn farming to compare it, and I'm going to go back to Dunmorrow. Because I haven't actually done Elwyn without the flying well-mounted bug, and I want a true comparison across the zones. What's the ore for? I'm literally just gonna sell it. Just for gold. Just for gold. Elwyn, you really can't do flying. Sky riding. You kind of have to do steady flight. Classic Goblin. If you don't start in Elwyn, do you think it's okay to travel to Stormwind to get yourself Chromie time? I'd say so. I think with that, like, I think objectively Chromie time should be like an interface setting. I think that's pretty fair. I'd allow it. I mean, technically, Elwyn, Stormwind wasn't unlocked either, so I'd say go for it. But yeah, it definitely seems like Chromie time should be something you could toggle in, like, the game settings. Oh, there's a copper vein down here. Vegan Dragon Edmonton is confirmed, the northernmost city with over 1 million. There you go. There's definitely cities more north in Alberta, and I mean across the world too. But most of Alberta population is like Edmonton, Calgary region. More north, you get like Grand Prairie, Fort Mac, and other smaller towns like Slave Lake and stuff. But most of the population of Alberta is relatively central. But central is still quite north on the globe. Well, the rate is going down here a little bit now that we're maybe doing a couple of laps and getting the ores. They got to respawn. I think I saw someone else farming too, so that might hurt the rates a little bit. Potentially. So when's the next Double Down video coming out? The last one was this past weekend. The next one probably won't be for a little bit. I'd want to hit level 70 on Double Down for sure. And either do it in Burning Crusade at 70 or like a retail Double Down could be fun. We'll see though. They are really fun to do on my end. So I'll definitely be doing more of that style, but probably like a month or two, a couple months in between the next one. Yeah, Double Down. I mean, at level 70 as a paladin, like there's some really good farms you can do. Really good farms. Since there doesn't seem to be a rush to sell the copper, maybe wait a bit. I was thinking about waiting. I'll probably just sell it, because I'll farm more as we go on, but I'd rather have a bigger mailbox. I'd rather have, like, versus, like, holding off on selling items, like, delaying it. I'd rather have the gold hit the bags, just so, like, I can see it visually. It might not be very valuable, though. We'll see. Yeah, that's a good point. It's so cheap. Like, even a few days ago, it was like over a gold each more. So who knows? Maybe it will go back up soon. I probably will smelt it all, like AFK smelt, because it'll give like a lot of gold just for smelting all the ore. But we'll have to wait and see. Are we offloading 2,000 copper ore on the auction house, or are you going to sell it in chunks, not drive the price low? I'll probably list it all at once. Like, the thing about copper ore, it may not seem like it, but there's 139,000 sold per day. That's like the region volume on it. 139,000. So 2,000 sells pretty quick. But yeah, I will probably smelt it into copper bars just to increase the gold a little bit. I don't think we could physically farm enough on one character to materially drop it. Yeah, the one thing is, like, if we could purchase items on the auction house, we could, like, manipulate the market and try to increase the price back up, but I can't purchase anything on Goldie, right? That's part of the challenge. No buying, which means no buying to craft, but it also means I can't buy to bring the price back up. Classic reagents have been really struggling with Midnight. I'm sure they'll come back up, but it's been rough. Yeah, no market manipulation. None of that. None of that stuff happening. Oh, we better get another copper ore right away. Uh-oh. Did I get the lumber thing? You're out for a bit? I did. Yeah, so we got the lumber achievement, so I can collect lumber while mounted. I was getting a few more, but it does just kind of slow down the copper ore rates because you're stopping so often for lumber. But it is handy, especially when I have to farm more lumber. So we got the achievement and the mounting while, or the gathering while mounted buff, so super, super handy. The stat you found was for Canada alone. Furthest northern city above 1 million is St. Petersburg. Really? Oh. I thought it was Edmonton. How many people are in St. Petersburg? Where is that? I don't really know where St. Petersburg is. When you go to the gym, you get lumberjacked? I guess so. It's nice how you can see into the caves before you actually go in them. In Russia, it's over 5 million people. Oh my gosh! Yeah, that is that's bigger than Edmonton. Is it more north than Edmonton though? Significantly, wow, yeah. So I think Edmonton must be the stat must be that Edmonton's the biggest city in North America with over 1 million. Well, the more you know. Berlin is slightly further north too? Really? Huh. I've never been to Berlin. That'd be cool to go. There's a lot of places I do want to visit, though. Am I excited for the World Cup of Hockey in 2028? To be honest, it's the first time hearing about it. So, I mean, I'm not excited for it, but I'm not, it's not in my calendar. At current rates, this will be a 10-hour stream to get a 2,000 copper. I mean, we've gotten 700 in 3 hours. Yeah. Checks out. Our first hour, though, was very slow. For the first hour, I was also doing herbalism and lumber. And we got like 100 copper ore. So we were on like a 20-hour pace for the first hour. So we should be increasing that ratio a little bit here. But it's all good. We're just chilling. Just farming some copper. Jaeger hockey new phone, who dis? Yep. I'm probably just gonna do Elwyn for like the hour test here. What I really want to compare is the mining only in Elwyn versus Dunmorrow. I have the copper ore per hour rates in Dunmorrow, but I don't have them for Elwyn, so. Well, that's not true. I have them for Elwyn, but when I tested them in Elwyn, I had the bug where you could mine while mounted, which really increases the rates you get, so. Time to sleep here in Sweden. See you guys on the next stream. Looking forward to the vid on Saturday. Well, have a good rest, and I'll see you on the vid on Saturday or the next stream. What was the number for DM? So I tested it on, I think it was last week or on Monday or something. And just mining, I got 375 copper per hour. Was the Elwyn, or sorry, was the Dunmorrow copper ore. So right now, Elwyn seems to be outpacing it a little bit. We're at half an hour. I'll do some mental math here. But when I started the Elwyn hour, I was at 514. So we're almost at 200. And we're not at 30 minutes. So it is a higher ratio. But when I was in Elwyn originally, my peak copper ore only farms was 675 ore per hour. That was with like pure focus. I think I was skyriding and with mining while mounted. No, it wasn't skyriding because it was steady flight because I was mining while mounted. But yeah, it was really, really good rates. 675 was the best. It looks like we're gonna come in closer to like 440 since we have to dismount for every node now. Because yeah, we just now hit like 200 and they're not even half an hour in. It's not like crazy faster though. I think the rates can also vary quite a bit if other people happen to be farming at the same time. It does end up quite significantly, especially in Elwyn. It's a lot more variable, where if you're the only person farming the copper, it's actually pretty good. But if there's like 2 or 3 people farming it, then it's kind of tough. Start to have some troubles with the respawn rates. Like right now, we're getting so many nodes. back when we could mine while mounted, like these would be way faster. One cool thing though, we've gained over 60,000 experience just farming today. We're almost 4 bars into level 80 now. Very cool. I like that. Still have to test out the fishing in Morogh. I have a sneaking suspicion it'll be the same as Elwyn, but I'll have to have a look. The first 8 spots are all in Russia. You know, that makes sense. That does make sense for the biggest cities. Biggest northern cities. Go up and get the north one, then down to the south one. Ever since it doesn't dismount you to mine, if you're, like when you're in the water, if you're on your mount in the water, it thinks you're flying. So you gotta unmount, dismount, get the ore, come back. Kind of tough.
Six months. Let's go.
Yo, Jethelec for the 6 months. Let's go. Appreciate the prime. Now let's get this copper ore. Boomflex, you're locked in. You're tying fishing rigs, watching Path. Got a hot chocolate. Sounds pretty darn good. Whew. Can't complain. Yeah, they fixed the mining while mounted bug when I was in Red Ridge, right? I think that's when the patch came through. That was a dark day. I read the patch notes. They didn't say anything about it. It was just stealth patched. This guy's also out here mining. Respect. You can technically gather while mounted again. Yeah, true. In the current content. There's love for the mining and herbalism while mounted in the current content, but it's tough in the old zones. I mean, we could technically bring a Sky Golem out here, but Sky Golem is gated behind Mr. Pandaria, right? For the herbs. Or a druid would work. But yeah, with the midnight knowledge points, you can get mounted, which is nice. Vegan Dragon furthest North America. That's it. That must be it. It's interesting stuff, though. Seeing the different ones. Jens, what's the plan with all this copper? It's just to be sold, just for gold. Just going towards the next token. Pale Skinner. Oh, Stone Nullhammer, let's go. We'll take that. Haven't had one of those in a while. Oh no, I have 2 in the auction house. Okay, never mind. I guess I still have some in stock. You did 2 hours of dual gathering earlier and did about 42,000 gold. It's on a slightly lower price. Man, yeah, midnight farming right now is so good. I was doing a farming session last night. With the new season coming out and people doing heroic raids and all the mythic zeros and getting flasks and all those crafts, prices are good. Dual gatherers are eating good. Hello. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'll be for a little bit. Stella, come on. Come on, Stella. Yo, Jethelix with 2 gifted. Appreciate that. Coming in with the prime and the gifted, man. Thank you. Get these 2 copper ores. Gotta get the pet. Let's go. Yep, yep. Honestly, right now, like, with Midnight, I'm having a lot of fun also just gathering the raw materials versus crafting it all. It's not bad at all. Do we pickpocket the bandits again? Go for the frayed knots? I'm afraid not. We'll have to leave that be. We got a better farm than that in Dunmorrow. We're not going to waste our time pickpocketing Defias mobs out here. You kidding me? Masquerade, you've been clean since 2008. But my videos have gotten you playing WoW again. Hopefully it's net positive, but, you know. Let's go. Oh, Gruff Swiftbite. Infiltrate Cloak. Am I still tracking treasure chests? Yes. There haven't been any in Elwyn, though. But we're still tracking treasure. I just haven't come across it. I think that Dunmorrow, from what I can tell, has had a higher ratio of treasure chests than Elwyn. Gruff Swift Death, more like it. Yeah, that's right. Boomflex, that is right. Will we get another spawn on Thuros Lightfingers before we leave Ellen? Who's he up? I gotta fly around. I fly like I'm in Tokyo Drift. I guess I do use my strafe keys quite a bit when I fly. Sometimes I'll like do it that way. 40% of the way there. Let's go. Yeah, we're at 800. Pretty good little mile marker there. Once I'm done testing this hour now, and I'll go back to Dunmorrow. Return of Elwyn W. Yep. Well, I just want to test the ratios, the current content ratios. Well, not current content, but like, you know what I mean. See what kind of rates we can get for the copper ore back in Elwyn. You bet I thought I'd never be back here? I knew I'd be back. I still love Elwyn. You'll still catch me. Well, I guess I'll more so be in Elwyn pretty frequently for leveling and like classic and stuff. It's still my go-to favorite starting zone. It's definitely a special place in my heart. Elwyn Forest. So we're at 303 copper ore so far in 40 minutes in Elwyn. So it's pretty good ratio. Pretty good rates. Right. Seems like it is faster than Morogh, I think. Elwyn Forest music is the best in the game. Instant nostalgia. You can't go wrong. Elwyn Forest and Elwyn Tavern music. Oof. I honestly, some of my favorite soundtracks are just like the different taverns in game. They're so nice. Has anyone ever accused me of being a farming bot? Not that I know of. It's very possible someone reported it, like reported me, and I just never found it. Possible. When there's 2 ores in the cave, I'll go in the cave. Heck it. Interesting, Oslo is about the same latitude as the south border of Nunavut. That's very north. Very. So far, no Mother Fang kills. No chances at the Broodmother Carapace yet. It seems like a lot of people who bought or like farm herbs and ore as a bot somehow do it invisibly. Are they like legitimately hacking? I don't know. Either way, no bueno. No bueno. Having a bot farm copper ore, though, seems smart. No one ever report you. I think there's like a lot of bots that farm these low-level materials kind of for that reason, right? It's just like a lower chance of being reported. I don't know. Well, I was thinking about it too. The knowledge point system is kind of an anti-bot mechanic in itself, right? Because if you're going to dual gather in current content, and it requires like weeks and weeks and weeks of getting knowledge points in mining and herbalism, if a bot gets reported and banned, they would have to then go through that whole process again. So, in a sense, knowledge points are anti-bot mechanics. Because it makes banning bots more effective. Otherwise, if you ban a bot and they make a new account, they can come to Elwyn and farm at the exact same rates. If you ban a bot, they can't come to Midnight Zones and farm at the same rates. They're going to be way, way, way less efficient. So I think that's what I like about knowledge points. You know, you need the efficiency and whatnot, and the higher ranks and whatnot. So bots can actually get effectively reduced, hopefully. That being said, at the end of War Within, the ore and herb prices were also quite low, but it's got to help some. Retail has a lot of phasing, so mines disappear all the time purely because it's a phase. Yeah, retail, like especially current content midnight zones, it's a real problem of you going to mine or going to herb a node, and as you're processing, it just disappears. It's so frustrating. It's because of phasing, or because like there's, I could be wrong, but I think how it works in retail is multiple people can mine the same node. But if someone, like for example, I'll mine this node and it'll disappear right away for me, and for everyone else, it'll disappear in like 1 minute. So if you time it wrong and you just get unlucky, it'll disappear right in front of you. It seems like that happens a whole lot in retail. Like way more than it statistically should. Like how are you there exactly 60 seconds or whatever it is after the last person? I don't know. It's 20 seconds after someone herbs or mines it. Yeah. It just seems like it happens quite a bit where it just disappears in front of you. Are we putting on tinfoil hats because I'm down? Yeah, I got my tinfoil hat on for the mining and herb nodes. 100%. Up to 10 people can mine it. So if you had 11 people, it would insta-despawn. Like if, so say like you had 11 people and they all tried to mine it, one of them couldn't, even if it's within a 20-second time period. Yeah, I never really looked into the actual mechanics of it. That's kind of cool. Oh, I missed this one. Oh, wait, no, it's up here. Oh well, whatever. I can't waste time getting that one node. It's in that little room, but it's kind of hard to get to sometimes. Used to happen to you in Wrath? Yeah, I think in Wrath, I think people were glitching under the map and mining the nodes, which is hilarious. I would also hope that retail fix that. I don't think that's how people are doing it, but if they are, what can you do? I mean, that's a rough one. Hoodson, is this retail? This is retail, yeah. Retail, but I'm playing in like classic zones right now. So retail, but not current content. Oh, they made it so you hard disconnect if you're under the map. That's why the flying into the trees like glitched you and DC'd you. I didn't know that. That would make sense. Hoodson, why? Looking for ways to play the game? Yeah, so like, my character Goldie, I basically lock myself, like, I can't leave certain zones until I earn a certain amount of gold, the value of a WoW token. And so I started in Elwyn. I'm back here for a little bit, but right now I'm actually in Morogh for most of my farming. So just kind of exploring the old zones, getting the old gold farms out. Yeah. I find it quite fun. reduced ore nodes here. There we go. Do I actually get gold from these old mats though? Yes. It's not good. Like, we've been farming for 3 hours. We've gotten 7,000 gold in item value, and a lot of that is from transmog. Like, the actual iron or the copper we farmed, it's like 2,000 gold. And the WoW token's 230,000 gold, so it takes a lot of farming to do. But sometimes, you know, you sell some transmog here and there, it helps a lot too. But yeah, I'm not saying this is a meta current content gold farm. Definitely not saying that. How long have we been farming so far? About, yeah, just over 3 hours. Just about that. I'll take a break and refill my water once we finish the Elwyn cycle here, and then we'll go back to Dunmorogh. Have you ever checked out the Farm HUD add-on? I have. I used to use it all the time. I just, especially when I'm streaming or recording for YouTube, to the most I can, I try to keep it pretty streamlined, like basic UI. Farm HUD is super, super like nice for farming, but if you've never used it before and you look at it, it's just like, what the heck is going on, you know? But I think it's a good add-on. But yeah, I try to keep the UI relatively basic. I have some information here just like so you can see what we're farming. Like we have the 2000 tracker up here. We've got like tracking all the stuff, timers, gold per hour. I put the loot up here just so you can see things happening. Otherwise my camera covers it. This loot tab doesn't have my chat, so like my in-game chat. So I try to keep mostly a classic looking appearance on the UI. So, once we get to 914, we are at 400 copper ore in Elwyn in under an hour. So Elwyn is faster, it's confirmed. The last 8 minutes here will decide how much faster. I'm thinking it'll be like 450, 460 ore per hour in Elwyn compared to about 375 iron ore per hour in Dunmorogh. I think, but we'll go back to Dunmorogh and double check that. Plus, Dunmorogh has a good vibe to it where you can kind of, you're not, like in Elwyn, you're kind of in the trees. Whereas Dunmorogh, you're kind of up above. You can sky ride and like cover more distance. So they do have a very different vibe of like farming. So it's a good change of pace. So we'll go back to Dunmorogh. We also want to log more hours in Dunmorogh just to like hang out in Dunmorogh. Cool different atmosphere for sure. But yeah, in Elwyn you really are under the trees. Like you're under the canopy. Otherwise, if you go out of the trees, it's kind of like are hard to see and hard to get back in. So you always want to stay under the canopy, it seems. It is a little less intensive farming in Dunmorogh now that I think about it. Because like in Elwyn, I'm looking at the trees. I'm dodging, I'm weaving. In Dunmorogh, I'm just chilling. Skyriding, coasting until I see a node. Pop down, get it. The snow biome in Dunmorogh is nice. It is nice. The snow in the open is chill. It is cool. Oh, we'll also get this earth root here. Well, it's a forest, what did I expect? That's true. That's true. It's not as bad as Duskwood. Duskwood is like the worst zone for like farming in, as far as being able to see. It is near impossible to skyride in Duskwood. Not to mention, Duskwood has the big canopies, the big trees, and the lower view distance. It has like the fog. The classic Duskwood fog. Oh, there we go. Certainly is chill, but not great if you get migraines from light saturation. I guess, yeah. Draenei might be the worst character to start Goldbound on. There is some tough ones out there. Oh, you're even after, like, once you get out. Yeah, I guess with Draenei, once you get out of the starting zone, it's guaranteed the next 2 zones you get, isn't it? Like, you don't have a random zone. It's like, you know the next 2 zones you're gonna get. You're gonna get Darkshore and then Ashenvale. Same with, I mean, not to the same degree, but Durotar always rolls into Barrens, right? Like, if you start Durotar as like a troll or an orc, your next zone unlock, you're not really randomly rolling it. You're getting Barrens. There's only one zone you're connected to. Goblins worse? Yeah. I haven't looked exactly at all the starting zones to like think which one would be worse. The thing with starting zones and Goldbound starting zones is a lot of the times there's hidden farms that like you wouldn't think about, but end up being pretty good once you get into it. When I started Goldbound, when I started Elwyn, I didn't know about the Frayed Knots. I found those when I was here. I was like, oh, this is awesome. Let's go. Same thing with the rares. I thought it was going to just be farming copper ore, which, to be fair, I mean, that's what we're precisely what we're doing right now. But the transmog can really help the rates. I'm hoping right now our transmog alt. I've been relisting every day. We've been going hard. Whew. Hoping that we're getting some sales because it'll really, really help the old gold. Oh, Motherfang. Let's go tag Motherfang real quick. Can we pull a Brood Mother Carapace? We'll see. Web-covered boots aren't bad. Let's go. Blue upgrade too, right? Yeah. Nice. That's like the same value of like a lot of the farms we've done today. A big chunk of our gold today has been from transmog. How many carapaces did I end up selling? I only ended up getting one. So I only sold one. I only got one to drop. I can't remember what I sold it for. I think I sold it for like a pretty low price compared to the market value. If I remember correctly. 1 minute left on the Elwyn copper farm, and then we'll have to stop for a bit. Well, not for long. I'm going to refill my water and whatnot, but we'll see what we can get up to here. Dun, 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 dun. There's one down here. Oh my gosh. The water bug. Okay. Can I get... No, I can't get it. That's the last one for the hour. So, it ended up being 449 ore per hour here in Elwyn. Compared to my current best in Dunmorrow was 375. So what percentage better is that? That's 75 more. That's a decent percentage better in Elwyn than Dunmorrow. Let's get back there, though. Get back to Dunmorrow. I'll switch flight style just to fly there. Because it's way, way, way faster to skyride. Can I get some more copper on the way, though? Because we're almost at 1,000. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, we'll get these copper ores real quick. 20%-ish? Yeah, that sounds about right. That's not negligible. That's like a good increased amount. I'll get to 1,000 here, and then see if we can focus up and get more than 375 or less on our next hour in Dunmorrow. All right, let's go. To the Dun. We'll have a look around at the zones. It's cool. All the zones we can see right now, we pretty much have unlocked. We got Searing Gorge. We can kind of see Duskwood. A little bit of Westfall. Dunmorrow. This is a big part of the map we have unlocked. And it's cost us dearly. In our gold per hour. 19.7. That was pretty good mental math there then. 20%-ish. Pretty accurate. I mean, if you round up the 19.7, it is 20%, so we'll just call it, you know, to a round number or a whole number. Call it good. Okay, so we are back in Dunmorrow. Let me just get a couple more ore real quick. Or no, let me just sit right here. It's perfect. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go bio, get some more water, and we'll continue. BRB. All right, we back. I'm gonna get to 1,000 before I start the timer again, just for easy math. Yeah, Dunmore is definitely a different vibe. I like it. And Ghosting, thank you for the resub on tier 1. Appreciate that. Okay, we're up to 914. Or no, not 914. That's Rough Stone, 984. Void Storm needs to stop being so laggy. Is it lagging out right now? I've spent a good amount of time up in Slayer's Rise. Because I got my PvP gear, and I just farm ore and herbs there and just PvP. It's pretty fun. All in all, though, I'm pretty impressed with the Midnight Zones. I've been quite happy with them. I like Herondar a lot. Zolomon, also very good. They're all quite good. The dark and gloomy atmosphere of Tirisfal Glades is very cool, but not for 4 months. That's a tough one. Like, Elwyn is a good one if you're on the ground for Goldbound. Duskwood would have been rough if, like, there was no escaping it. I feel like Duskwood and Tirisfal have a pretty similar atmosphere. Elwyn was nice to be in for, like, a long time. Dunmore was also nice. I like the look of it. What's the 2K copper ore target for? Just to sell. Just like a farm target for the day. No, no real rhyme or reason. We did like a 2,000 copper ore farm back in Elwyn, so I'm kind of just doing the same quota. But yeah, there's no like real rhyme or reason to the number. Just making gold. Yeah. All right, I will do another hour test just to see. We're at 999. It's easy enough to remember. Just to see if I can beat 375. Because 375 was the most copper I earned. Or the copper I earned when I tested the mining only farm. So we'll see if I can beat that here. FYI, the Dream Rift boss was fun. I need to get out and do that. There's a few things I need to do on my main. In time. In time. I went awfully close to the Northgate Pass there. Gotta be careful with that one. Well, we are officially over halfway. 1,004. We're 3 hours and 53 minutes into the stream, so not a bad pace. I think it's about expected. The first 2 hours were slower because we were getting other materials on top of copper ore. Now we're just getting copper ore, so it's a bit faster. Osian, you're back from raid. How'd it go? Went fine? Let's go. No loot, but what can one do? That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Welcome back, though. Glad the raid went well. We're out here farming copper ore, so, you know, you're welcome to hang out. Nini, you did it in the pug. Only one wipe. That's actually pretty good for a pug. Love hanging out. We're just chilling, playing some World of Warcraft. Getting that Tinkertown music. I love going over the gnome zone. It changes up the vibe. Different hit of music is good. Put that down for a second to get this ore. Have you guys seen the RuneScaper who is EVscape? He's doing this challenge where he's living as a Venezuelan gold farmer for a month. So he has like the rate that people sell gold in the black market for, and he's farming gold in RuneScape, and he has to pay all his bills with it. So like he's got to pay any food he eats has to come from the gold that he's earned. It's hilarious. Dude's out there grinding. He's been posting YouTube videos about it, and I've been watching them. I would starve. RuneScape's interesting though, because like end game RuneScape, like most people who are playing RuneScape are you're just trying to maximize XP and gold per hour. They're just farming gold, like a lot of people. My kind of people. Kind of just doing bosses for rare drops to sell. It's very much like a gold farming vibe. Or you're farming XP so you can do higher level farms to then get more gold to then spend to be able to do better farms to get more XP. And it's just like a beautiful circle of gold and XP. And I respect it. Can be difficult sometimes with this skywriting, not steady flight, skywriting to like get the right spot on the map to land, but I'm doing okay. Vegan Dragon on your Goldbound. The next rule you have is Western Plaguelands, Hillsbrad Foothills, or Gilneas. Western Plaguelands would have some good stuff. There is current, like, it's kind of like not Searing Gorge, Burning Steps. How there's quests that go there, right? Like current content quests that come through that area. So it could be interesting. Have a look at it. Could be some decent gold. Best of luck with your roll. I mean, for anyone doing Goldbound challenges right now, prices are down, but so is the token, so it's kind of a good spot. Especially if you had some gold left over from older zones. I think inversely, before the expansion, it was very much trade goods over transmog. I think particularly in Morogh, we might be able to see our first mailboxes in a while where the transmog outpaces the trade goods. Trade goods are down bad. Transmog is selling more because there's more people who are playing. So I'm interested to see the mailbox clear for that reason. What if you roll Gilneas? How does it even work in Gilneas? You can you swap? Like, is there anything, even anything to farm in Gilneas? You know? Pretty much herbs and some drops. Yeah. Might be able to leverage some of your older zones for crafting though, right? Like maybe doing some pigments or something. You could do battle for Gilneas. The battleground. I don't know if that would help at all. Wrigglehoof, you're annoyed Blizz killed your best gold maker? Cards of Omens. Is that like a midnight farm? Midnight card of omens? I've never heard of it. How did it work and how'd they wreck it? It's always rough when like something you've been doing gets patched. Man, there's a lot of fish in this place. A lot of fish in Helm's Bed Lake. Not a bad fishing spot. I think the only spots you can fish in Dunmorrow are these two lakes, right? They have the, well, maybe there's more, but they have the big open centers that aren't frozen. You can actually fish in the middle of them. Card of Omens is the cards from Inscription. You can open for raw gold. Oh yeah. Those are old. Was there like a farm with that where you would just like print gold? Right, because it would vendor and like you get the rare ones that would sell. Wow, I forgot about that. Yeah. That's a cool one. And they fixed, like, you were farming it in current content and making good gold and then they patched it? That sucks. They cut the value by 90%. Oh my gosh. I mean, that right there is like a straight raw gold thing, right? So they probably didn't want the raw gold coming into the circulation, right? $6K down to 60. Ooh. That's a massive slash. Yeah, that would be pretty good for killing time, just chilling. Flipping cards, crafting cards. Those little shuffles are always quite cool. I do want to get some more runs in Nomer. Maybe Friday will be a good day for Nomer runs. I was looking a little more into some of the items you can get in there. There are some pretty valuable drops. I don't know if all of them are still available though. Like a couple of them literally haven't shown up on Trade Skill Master in like 6 months. So either they're just super, super, super rare, or maybe they don't drop anymore, potentially. It's like the gloves or the overalls. There's like 2 million each. I don't know about you, but I would take 2 million. Heck, I'd sell it for 10% of that. 200K? I'd take that all day. Like, surely if the gloves or the foreman overalls or whatever dropped, I could sell those pretty quick for 200K. Free token. That's basically what it would be, you know? I could wait and try to sell it for 2 mil, but A, it would make this token longer, and B, if I sell an item for 2 mil or 200K, for Goldie, like, it's just kind of nice to get the next zone. So 2 mil wouldn't even help. Like, I honestly, if I got a 2 mil, I'm stuck. 1 sec. Like, if I got a 2 mil sale on Goldie, I would probably invest some of that gold into buying more warp. Oh my gosh. Talk about steady, like, skywriting. But yeah, if I got a crazy sale like that, I'd probably invest some in the Warband bank tabs, just buy more tabs until I have what's left for a token. Like, that would probably be my play if I sold something for 2 million or something like that. Versus buying like 6 tokens and getting 6 zones. So I'm kind of... It's like somewhat an incentive to get like the gold. But it's also kind of an incentive to sell things for no more than the token, you know? The 2 super rares still drop, but they're super for a reason. Yeah, that's... is fair. How legendary would it be to pull them, though? Whew. I do quite like the change away from Vigor to just cooldowns and not having to have the skywriting spec yourself. I kind of like that quite a bit. Let's see. Oh, missed that one. Have a look at the current price, see if the WoW token's changed at all. Ah, it's down 3K. If we just, you know, if it keeps dropping and we keep making gold, eventually there'll be an intersection where we meet. And I'll be there. I wonder. I really haven't thought about Kalimdor too much. If we do go to Barrens, that opens up... Well, obviously Durotar is an option. Durotar would give us a crafting alt. It would also open up Dustwallow. Yeah, it would open up Dustwallow Marsh. Open up Mulgore. So Barrens puts 2 new potential starting zones on the spin. If we get Barrens, then it's Durotar and Mulgore are possible. And I think also Ashenvale. So Barrens would be like a very big open. Like it would open up a lot of different pathways into Kalimdor. Honestly, we would have about as many zones in Kalimdor on the spinner as Eastern Kingdoms. We'd probably start... I wonder. We would probably get to a point where you almost kind of by default explore Kalimdor faster, because if we don't roll anytime soon, like we could get to wetlands. Like theoretically, hear me out. We get to a point, if we have all of the south of Eastern Kingdoms done, like if we have Blasted Lands and Deadwind Pass done, and then Loch Madan, Twilight Highlands, wetlands, right? There's only one zone we can go to. It's Arathi Highlands. And if we then are over also in Kalimdor, and we have like 5 different Kalimdor zones on the table, we probably just end up exploring Kalimdor way, way faster. Like we could theoretically get all the way across Kalimdor before we roll Arathi Highlands. Because that zone is a true bottleneck where we can't go north until we get Arathi Highlands. Interesting. Barrens also has Stone Talon and Thousand Needles. Oof, yeah. I will be doing north and south as one zone. I don't like doing the Cataclysm split. I went from 100 copper ore in the first hour to 1,000 more, to 1,000 ore at the sub 5 hour mark. How did I manage such a massive increase in CPH, copper ore per hour? The big thing is the first hour I was kind of testing dual gathering. So I was and lumber. So the first hour I was picking up all the herbs and all the lumber I saw. So it increased the time between my copper ore spawns by like a lot. Whereas now I'm only getting the copper ore, basically. Yeah, I leaned in and went to a gamer position. Yeah. That's right. I drank my carbonated water. I got my carbic acid in me, and then I ripped it. Farmed that ore. Let's go. Run to almost done leader 2. Oh my gosh, I just filled this up. Do I have a problem with sparkling water? If there's a problem loving sparkling water, then I don't want to be right. So we're 20 minutes in, and this is to the second phase here, or third phase. And we've got in 126. So if we times that by, well, just under 6. We'll say 120. So yeah, we're still on pace for like 360 to 375 copper ore per hour in Dunmorrow. So it is definitely slower copper ore rates than Elwyn. But the vibes are unparalleled. Isn't that right? Carbic acid proc rated super good in midnight. It's not bad. If I do want to have another coffee, let me think here. I gotta min-max my coffee so I don't have it too late. If I do want to have another coffee, I should have it sooner than later. Because if I have it too late, it'll impact my sleep. So we'll keep going, but maybe I will make another coffee if I will be farming a couple more hours. So I probably should have a little more caffeine, or else I'll get too sleepy. But I don't want to have it too late, because then, yeah, it's just, like, not good for the old sleep schedule. I usually have, like, my morning coffee, a noon coffee, and, like, a early afternoon coffee. So that'll be this one. I'll test up to 30 minutes here, and then I'll go get my coffee, just so that I can pause it and get, like, an extrapolated copper ore per hour for this second phase I've done Morogh. Boom Flex, you had thick scale cloak drop earlier. TSM is saying min buyout 1.49 mil. Historical price 1.17 mil. Region market value is 1.1 mil, but region sale average is 949 gold. Oh. There are some items right now that are pretty messed up on market value, I will say. It can be tough to properly appraise, like, the good items. Even some really good items have really low sale averages, which is kind of surprising to me. You know what I mean? Like, so you can imagine the hype when Loot Appraiser dinged. Oh yeah, Loot Appraiser would go crazy on that. Whatever your highest notification sound is definitely went off for that one. Oh yeah, we have a full stack of copper now. This is nice. 1,000. A Millie by Lil Wayne started playing. That's funny. Do you have your... Did you import a soundtrack into Loot Appraiser to play a Millie when you get a drop over a mil? If so, that's pretty hype. I don't think I could do that. I would get copywritten strike if I got a good drop. I could put one of the old new Zone Spin songs in, but I have to go in and download those too. If you start Undead or Blood Elf and not using Alliance boats at all, you'll need to travel to Ashenvale to get to Kalimdor. Ashenvale. No, yeah, Stranglethorn Vale. Yeah. There's a lot of weird routes for different Goldbound adventures. It's cool. I do like the Northshire start. I don't mind it. I just love human starting zone. You know? That being said, I do gotta get out there and level up, double down a little bit more. Get to level 70. Wolfton, one question. When does Vashir come on to the wheel? Yeah, so I had talked about punishment zones, or like zones for forfeits if something like was a rule break or something like that. I think Vashir would have to be one. Because it borders stuff only by the ocean, so you'd have to like fly to it. So I think it's gonna have to be like a one-off zone, similar to Deepholm, things like that. What I'll do though, if I don't end up doing them before, like once I'm done all of the Wrath of the Lich King zones, then I'm just gonna start going through all the Kata zones I haven't done yet. But otherwise, those zones that wouldn't appear on the randomizer because they don't border other zones to walk into, yeah, they would be kind of one-off like punishment zones or like holiday special zones, things like that. Yeah. And how am I going to do Tedrasil? I don't know how... I haven't looked into it myself, how it works with, like, the swapping timelines. I'll have to look into it a bit closer once I'm there. If I can... Can you swap timelines to the old Tedrasil? Because if so, I'll probably do that. If not, I don't know what I'll do. And same for Tol Barad, probably, yeah. A lot of those zones... be a bit more of a one-off. If we get a couple nodes, the Dunmorrow mining might have a bit of a resurgence here over the Elwyn. Let's see what we can get here before the timer hits 30 minutes. No, it's not gonna be enough. I was wondering if we get over the 400 gold per hour mark based on the first 30 minutes, but it's just below that. It's just below that. Let's see. Could get one or two more nodes. You need to do the pre-patch mission for Alliance to enter Old Ashenvale. Pre-patch mission. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. There's a lot of zones you can kind of like, not bug, but like, yeah, like just go fly over. But I don't want to abuse flight to get to certain zones. I think doing the continents, I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun doing Outland and Northrend. Those are gonna be hype. I'm so stoked for those ones. Outland and Northrend are gonna go hard. A small map, but like big maps. So yeah, we're at 360 copper ore per hour. Oh, wait, no. We can get this one in the 30 minutes. So we got 184 in half an hour. So yeah, that's like 368 or something like that per hour. So it is about 70 copper ore slower than Elwyn-ish. Do I let Blasted Lands open up Outlands or wait until I have the continents? I'm going to wait until I have the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor done, yeah. Could have gone either way, but I'm going to do it that way. I think I don't want to have like the role being like 4 zones in Eastern Kingdoms, 4 zones in Kalimdor, 2 zones in Outland, and then like, you know what I mean? It just got a bit confusing. But I am going to quickly go get a coffee, guys, because I don't want to have it too late, but I do want to have one more today. So right now, it's kind of like my last call for coffee on the day, but I'll be right back with a fresh coffee in the mug. we're back. Yo! Moodman, sir, I missed the raid there. I was just grabbing my coffee. But welcome in, raiders. I got my special mug here. It's the Bruges Christmas Market Ale mug. This is a goated coffee mug. It fits so much. I do enjoy it. Let me just go over here. Switch. What add-on am I using for the farming updates? And is the upper left corner just an action bar with your items on it? Actually, it's the same add-on. So this is farming bar. And then everything I gather, it gives a notification. So if I'm tracking it up here, it gives me a notification on screen. All right, let's roll. Coffee is a great idea. I do enjoy a lot of coffee. I'm not gonna lie. What's my thought on doing Goldbound challenge in TVC? Because there isn't a token to aim for. Would something like a 1k gold or 2k gold be worthwhile target to aim per zone unlock? Well, one thing, I've heard that there may be a token coming to DPC. I don't know how accurate that is. If so, it would make the whole issue null. I also haven't played enough endgame TBC to know what like a good level would be. A good threshold. I have seen some farms being in like the 300 gold per hour range at max level. So I don't know. I don't know what a good threshold would be. I feel like 1,000 might be too little. Like if people can get like 150 to like 300 gold per hour, you probably want to like take what a good current content farm is and times it by 10 for like a similar level. But the thing is with a Goldbound challenge, especially if you're doing your own Goldbound challenge, you can set whatever threshold you want, right? If you want less of like a grindy experience and more of like an exploration, you can go a bit lower. You know? Thinking of starting with a level 1 character and not actually an Outland. Yeah, so like level 1, I think you can get like 5 to 10 gold per hour. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to compare, because yeah, I haven't played enough endgame BC or like Burning Crusade to know like what the current farms would be. I should decide soon if I will allow momentarily do the quest for time travel. Yeah, I haven't looked. I don't know how it works. That's the thing. Once I have a zone that'll be affected by it, I'll have to look into it. You do play TBC currently, and you're in endgame. Currently, it takes about 2 weeks to farm 5k gold for the epic 80% flight speed.
Perfect chill after work stream, D.
Yo, Kaylee Sharky, thank you for the prime, and hope your day at work was good. Welcome into the grind. We're just chilling, farming some copper ore, so glad to have you in. You will have to enter Borealis 100% so... Is that to, like, swap to, like, the old Tedrasil to do that? Or is that to, enter Borealis to do what? I haven't done the swaps yet, so I don't know how it works. Cause yeah, there might be some factors there. I don't really know if going into that cave is worth it. Well, I mean, there aren't that many nodes out here. But the cave does seem to slow it down quite a bit. Oh, what's this person doing? All time travel. You need to establish an embassy in Borealis. To do that, you have to do it in the attack on Lord or on. Okay. All time travel. So wait. Is it even for like anything with Sidormi? Would I have to go to Borealis to be able to talk to her and do it? I wonder, because there's some things, it's kind of strange. Some things work if I've done them on my main, but some things have to be done on each character. So I wonder if that's one of them that having done it on my main character might solve the problem. On your main works? Yeah. Because, yeah, I've tested the Zadormi for Blasted Lands on my main character, but I haven't tested it on Goldie, obviously, because I have to go into the zone. If when I get to Zadormi, if I go to talk to it and it says, hey, you got to go do this, then we'll have to cross that bridge, I think. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. 'Cause it's one of those ones where definitely might need to be a decision to be made, but I'm gonna hold off until it has to be made, I think. Might not be the best way to do it. Yeah, if we get Blasted Lands, I'll talk to Zadormi and see what happens. Definitely. Because Bright is saying flipping Blasted Lands worked on their Goldbound character. So it also could be that Borealis, that quest is different for different zones? I don't know. Oh, we got a chest, guys. Let's see what we get. I'm hoping for some rare loot. Is it a silver bound or an iron bound? Silver bound. Let's see. Practice sword healing potion. All right. Not the best loot chests, but hey, I'm glad to see a chest. We'll take it. 40% left? We're making good progress. We're actually cruising. you did do the Zaldazar quest because the old Tears Fall didn't function after level 50. Yeah, Tears Fall's strange like that. It's... Ooh, almost missed that one. I think there's also just so many weird interactions with like Chromie time and different things. Are the passes to Lockbadan open for me currently? I haven't gone into them. I'm terrified that they explore a new zone. I'll definitely... I don't know if there's anything valuable in them. I'll probably take a look on one of my other characters to see if... like, if and when it actually changes zones. I think it technically does change zones, though. Oh. Oh! 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 Well, that makes the day worth it on its own right there, guys. The Frostmane Scepter. 48,000 min buyout. It's a low region average daily. Like, it's a low sale rate, but like 1,100 gold is still a legit transmog sale average. And good market value. Sweet. What's it look like? Nice drop indeed. Yeah. Most of our value today is just transmog, even though we're farming copper ore. That's hilarious. What is it, like 1% of our value is actual materials, if that. I'll take that drop, though. I'll take that all day. Not even a bad sale rate. Only 5 more of those to go. Hey, I'm putting in work on the transmog alt, guys. I'm doing my reposts, my undercuts. I'm trying to get that transmog moving. I legitimately think for Dunmorrow, transmog has to be our saving grace, because I don't know if you can tell, but copper ore is not very fast for gold. It's about 1,200 gold per hour. And that was before it dropped in price. Right now it's probably 900 gold per hour. But I'll always take on a nice little drop. Heck yeah. Also just passed over the 10-hour mark for Goldie in Dunmorrow. To be fair, a good portion of that time, like since we've unlocked Dunmorrow, we were actually kind of farming other zones to level up the crafting alts professions. Or on the crafting alt crafting, but 10 hours in Dunmorrow is pretty good. We're getting up there. Slow and steady. Some items will sell in a matter of days, some take a few weeks. Yeah, some take a few months. It can be quite slow sometimes, for sure. I'm trying to help the rates though by, especially with Midnight just coming out, more players are back in the game, so doing undercut scans now I think is better than ever, because there's just more transmog selling, more people on the auction house, so I think doing undercut scans right now is the best time. BO, yeah, we have a few blues from Sunken Temple that have not sold with crazy value. There's a few items that if they sold, we would have the token on the auction house. So they could take they could take a year, they could take 2 years, they could sell to tomorrow, right? There's just no no knowing. Have the crafting alts generated any gold yet, or just massively in the red from leveling? I've been doing some decor items. I think that the alt is still in the red though, because all the materials for leatherworking and mining, I think it kind of, if you add it up, it's probably about 20,000 gold worth, especially the leatherworking stuff. Well, maybe less with current market prices. You have 5 million gold on the auction house transmog. Oof. That's a good inventory though, you know? The more items you have for transmog, the more total item value, the more variety, the more sales you'll get. Like Boomflex, with your 5 million total value, how many items is that? And also, what's like your average weekly sales? Curious. And what's your minimum priced item? Transmog is definitely a long game. Most definitely. Benjamin, you're watching me mine copper while you farm thorium and arcane crystals to get your last WoW token to buy midnight. Let's go. Good luck. And once you do get it, congratulations and have fun at midnight. You're gonna make a whole lot more gold if once you have midnight. Let me tell you that. If you still do mining, ooh, it's good right now. It's a good time to be buying a token too. Prices are down. Only about 10k away. Oh, that could be today. That could be today. I respect the hustle. Who's buying 100k plus mogs? Mostly those ones, like the ones that actually sell for over 100,000 gold. They're a very unique set of items where they have a unique appearance, like no other item shares the appearance, and they're extremely rare to get. So people who want to have 100% collection logs on all the appearances in the game, they buy those ones. But those are rare items. Boomflex, that's across like 200 pieces. Average week is about 350 to 450k gold. Whoa. That's pretty darn good. That's a lot of high value items. 200 pieces for 5 mil value. What is that? 200. Wait, 5 mil divided by 200. Average item value of 25,000 gold. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Pretty solid item value. So like 100 people max across all realms. That'll buy the transmogs. I mean, it's one of those things like some of those super valuable transmogs. They can take a lot of time, and it's one of those ones where it kind of like seems like it doesn't work until it does. But that's okay, you know. Not everyone has to do the transmog. It's definitely a certain goblin that likes that vibe. For me, a lot of the fun of the transmog farming is the actual dungeon farming and getting the drop, for sure. Thrill of the chase, exactly. Yeah, and you can get really into the weeds with transmog by posting across multiple realms. That's true. I have never really dabbled with multiple realm posts for transmog. Before there was like cross-realm auction houses though, what I did do, I made a lot of gold with it actually, was cross-realm battle pet flipping. So I would buy a battle pet on one realm, I would learn it, I would log into a different realm, and then put it in cage on a different realm. So you could actually transfer battle pets across realms. And so I would just like do the cross-realm arbitrage on that. It was good because not many people were doing it at the time. But there was a lot of money to be made. You can do the same thing now to a lesser extent with transmog, but it's a lot more known of the cross realm. Like you can transfer stuff in your warband bank, right? So it's a lot more known to do it. And for those collectors that are looking for those ultra rare items, they're not just going on their auction house, on their realm to see if it's posted. They're going to look at the whole region and see which realm it's the cheapest on, send their gold to that realm, buy it on that realm, and transfer it over, right? Because you can do that with the Warband alt now instantly. You can send gold via the Warband alt, and you can buy it on the Warband alt, and then you can just like literally equip it on the Warband alt, and you have the appearance, right? And if you can't equip it, if you're not a high enough level, you can just send it back over through the Warband bank. So yeah, transmog's a weird one with arbitrage and different realm values, but really it should all be the same value. Kind of weird. One thing I also used to do was wait on the black market and like camp it for TCG mounts to go up. I stopped doing it though because one time I sniped the woolly white rhino. I think I got it for like 1.2 mil or something on the black market. And I was trying to sell it for, I forget how much. And I took a break from the game and it just disappeared in my mailbox. It got deleted. This was many, many moons ago, and at the time I kind of didn't realize you could do the recover item, so I just lost like the 2 mil gold. Kind of felt bad. Someone got a Spectre Tiger for 6.6 mil on the black market. That's a steal. Oh my gosh. That's a good deal on a special tiger. I would have thought that would have instantly gone for gold cap. Oh, the Blizzard Bear. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, those old TCG mounts are quite cool. I still do want to get Fires of Outland booster box and open it on stream. Problem is, those cost like $3,000, guys. The booster boxes. They're no joke, the value. Time to farm gold IRL. Yep. Is the only way to get Brutosaur on the black market right now? At the moment, yes. It might come back up for sale end of year on the Blizzard shop. Timmy Techie did it. Both bindings on one character. Let's go. Yo, grats. The bindings have dropped. I'm happy for you, my man. That's legit. That must feel good. 7 weeks with 44 characters. That's legit. So we're gonna hopefully hit 1337 copper ore on the dot here. Let's see. How can you get a Brutusaur from other players? Yeah, it would have to be gifted through the shop when they had it. Yeah, gold prices are pretty good right now. Oop. Osian, you're off to bed. Have a good one. Catch you the next one. Yeah, when you purchase a mount to be gifted, or like something on the Battle.net shop to be gifted, it's like you have to purchase it and it gifts as it happens. I did that the giveaway for the Brutusaur. I gave away a Brutusaur to a viewer, and luckily, like, I initiated it like a while before the cutoff. Because you have to have someone on your friends list for 3 days before you can gift it. And so I had to wait 3 days and then gift it to the viewer. But if I'd waited to the last day of the Brutusaur being available, I would have not been able to get it for them. It was like a week and a half before, luckily, so that could have been bad, though. Killer King, oh, you thought the black market was like real money trades that violated the terms of service? No, that happens. But no, the black market's a legit thing in game, where random unavailable things come onto the market and people can bid on them. It's like part of the game. Yeah, an NPC run auction house. There's also like black market auction house containers, so they can contain anything that the black market auction house could have. So people bid on that too. But the ultra rare stuff, like Brutusaurs or things people really want, will usually get immediately bid for the max bid, which is gold cap. Oftentimes you'll see that happen. That's good stuff. Man, I bet it feels good, Timmy. I bet that feels real good. The bindings. I'll get both one day too, and then we'll be good. Boom Flex, you got auto modded? I guess so. I don't see it. I popped over to the Twitch. There we go. No need to filter that out. What am I slurping on? Just some coffee. Just a little bit of coffee. An Americano. It's a shot of espresso with hot water. So an Americano. It's quite nice. Fox Katana. Hey, catching the stream for the first time. My videos inspired you to try to buy Midnight with gold instead. Let's go. Did you get it with gold instead? If so, that's hype. And welcome to the stream. We're just farming away, just chilling. We're deep into the grind here towards the 2,000 copper ore. We're gonna make it. We're gonna get there. Slow and steady. Have I seen the video of John Cena being a coffee snob about flat whites? I have not, actually. I generally like John Cena. I don't know him personally, but obvious. It'd be weird if I did. I guess that probably goes without saying. Maybe like if I did know him personally, that'll be worth saying. Greetings, Path. What professions did the crafting alt take up? Crafting alt took up blacksmithing and leatherworking. So we'll be making some of the rare recipes, but also I picked those ones because those were the two kind of most profitable decor items. The rugs and the sconces were two of the more profitable decor items. So I thought it was a good pick for that reason. Not yet. You stopped playing back in Shadowlands. You started back again 2 weeks ago. Oh, let's go. Okay. Yeah. So it's definitely a good time to be getting WoW tokens to buy midnight, because the WoW token price is down. A lot of the old world materials are also down, but if you're not restricted on your account, there's some good farms that are out there for sure, like 10 to 15, maybe some now that are 20k per hour. So you can definitely get midnight, and then once you're in midnight, ooh, the gold's crazy. So I believe in you. We're almost halfway through level 80 now. That's crazy. We've gotten about 80,000 experience just from farming here today. Big day on the nodes. Big day on the nodes. It's up here, isn't it? What the heck? Oh, it's just hidden in this branch. Gotcha. Do I think I'll ever let an alt pick up Gathering Profession and follow when the zones Goldie has gone through? No, I think I'll do all the gathering on Goldie. Yeah, I don't think I want to split the playtime, except for crafting, just as like the convenience thing for not losing professions when I relearn them. I'll keep all the grinding on Goldie, I think. Gathering does 90% of the work. Yeah, it's most of the playtime is the actual gathering the items, for sure, compared to like how much time it takes to process them. Use the fishing method in Dark Moon to get 100k in a day. Yeah, that's a good one. Dark Moon fishing, it can be quite profitable. Don't you need to level up your alts for higher level crafting? In retail, for classic levels, to get to 300 in classic, the alts don't have to level up at all. I will have to level up the alts a little bit just to do some of the content that has soulbound recipes and stuff like that. So the alts will probably have to be leveled up to get to the point where they can solo the content that Goldie has access to, if that content gives a recipe that I can't obtain on Goldie and trade to them through the Warband bank. So anything soulbound would have to be farmed on the alts. That's kind of my litmus test. If it's not soulbound, if it's Warbound account bound, like for example, Ironwood Lumber, it says in blue Warbound or Warbound. That means it can only be transferred within my Warband. I can't sell it on the auction house, of course. So an item like that, I will farm on Goldie and send to the alt. Same thing with any trade good. That's just like BOE, or like not even BOE, but just like not soulbound. I'll farm these on Goldie and send them to the alt. Things like the, what's it called? Blazing Rapier from Searing Gorge. That's soulbound. It's a soulbound recipe. So I'm going to have to go there on the crafting alt to get that recipe and learn it on the crafting alt. Copper stacking to 1,000 is crazy, isn't it though? It's crazy. I do agree with that. It's mad. Would I consider buying boosts for the alts with tokens to avoid having to level them? Probably not. A boost is like $75, which is 4 WoW tokens, which is just crazy work for something that'll take like 10 hours. That's just like, if that. Could probably do it in less than that, right? On the alt. But who knows, maybe. Maybe I will if I end up getting to a point where I just like have to get rid of the tokens. Because we can only have up to 10 tokens, right, at a time. But yeah, the next purchase with the tokens, I haven't actually decided on. I mean, this housing set might be good. Maybe a boost, you know, maybe. I mean, I don't mind getting the mount. It's just like a lot of the mounts I wouldn't buy myself. But if I just have the tokens, I'll take the mounts. You know? Packmaster? Hearthstone packs? That might be a door I don't want to open right now. I used to play Hearthstone quite a bit, and I would buy packs with WoW Gold. I got really into it. Oh, the repaired transmog mount? We got that one. That was the last one. I don't know what the next one is, though. Because there's no real purchases that are going to be as effective as, like, as the vendor or as the auction house. Those two are just so good. Those are no-brainers. Am I able to spend the currency on gifted items, maybe doing giveaways? The kind of the way I've done it, like when I got the Brutosaur, I also gifted a Brutosaur. I can't remember. I feel like there was some weird workaround where I had to gift from like an actual purchase. I'm trying to remember. I know I can't straight up gift the token, they're soulbound. But can I learn it, get the BattleNet, and gift off BattleNet? Maybe? Maybe. Yeah, Bright has a good point. Like, the biggest buff that we could actually purchase wouldn't be tokens. It would be saving our gold to buy more tabs in the Warband bank. Like, that would be the best one. But I still want to just buy the tokens because that's, like, the threshold to get to the new zone, right? It's always been the token. Yeah, Auction House mount was, bar none, the biggest upgrade. Vendor mount was also very nice, but Auction House, especially with the mailbox, I've been doing undercut scans while I'm out in Darkmoon Fair mining or in fishing or like out here mining. You can just like do consistent undercut scans. It's pretty legit. You think you can buy a gift if you're BNet friends too? Yeah, that's how I did it for the Brutosaur. I think I'm still friends with the guy that I gave the Brutosaur to, actually. My BattleNet isn't my real name, though. I also, like, don't really... I'm not trying to hide my identity, I don't know. I don't advertise it, but I'm not, like... I don't know. You know what I mean? Can we please have your... Well, I won't do that. My BattleNet is like an actual human name. But not my name. John Blizzard. One they could mechanically add as a pet that auto-loots. That would be sick. But yeah, like, I'm going to World's Strongest Man. Like, it's not going to be like, my name's not a secret. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be, like, pretty much televised. Boomflex, 11 p.m. for you. Off the bed, laters. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep. I'll catch you later. I'm gonna easy clap World's Strongest WoW Gold Farmer. I mean, maybe. Yeah, actually, I'll claim that. If someone wants to challenge me on it, I'll invite them over. We'll have a lift-off. Mark my words. Only requirement. They have to also be a WoW Gold Farmer whose job is WoW Gold Farming. Because technically that's what I do, but I make content about it. So there's like a pretty small group of people. And I'll take the friendly competition if anyone wants to try to lift against me. I really enjoy lifting competitions. Like win or lose, it's just fun. Race to 1 mil gold than a deadlift comp. Do you like get time? Do you get weight off the deadlift? Or the longer it takes you to hit 1 million gold is more weight on the deadlift. You know what I mean? So if you hit it in like 3 days, you only have to lift like 400 pounds. But if you hit it in 7 days, it goes up to like 700 pounds. That'd be interesting. Student might be stronger than he looks. I think Student's pretty fit. Like I think he lifts for sure. I think he definitely does. Takes a lot of muscle to lift gold cap, that's for sure. Three. Finally made a live stream. Let's go. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're out here farming. Yeah. I know Want to Buy Gold used to power lift. Okay, I didn't know that he used to power lift, but I follow and like I know kind of like from the powerlifting scene, Bryce Krawchuk with Calgary Barbell. Like the Alberta, like from like Alberta like lifting competitions and stuff. And I saw Want to Buy Gold would always be commenting on his videos. So I was like, yeah, Want to Buy Gold definitely power lifts. I remember that. That was before I made YouTube videos. Well, I made YouTube videos, but before I was like doing YouTube. Back when Want to Buy Gold was like doing videos as well. I was like, hell yeah. Get it, brother. 1 ton? Oh, okay, that's how you set it up. You go 1 ton on the bar. What is a ton in kilos? Is a ton 1,000 kilos? I don't know. No. I don't really think in tons. Yes? Okay. A metric ton is 1,000 kilos. Okay, and then every 1,000 gold takes off a kg. So I would have to farm... That's actually, yeah, that'd be a good way to do it. I'd probably farm like 400k and just pull 600. That would be like the guaranteed lift, probably. 600 pounds. So yeah, I'd farm... 600 pounds is... 285 kilos, basically, or so, 282 and a half. So I'd actually have to farm like 720k. An imperial ton is about 2,000 pounds, 900 kilos. Okay. I think I lose that to a lot of... Honestly, I probably lose that to like any other WoW gold farmer who like knows midnight farms. They would just... I'd be like out there doing herbalism at like 200k and they'd be like, yeah, I got a gold cap. I win. I'm like, oh, okay. GG's. Let me go back to farm my copper ore in Dunmorrow, I guess. Used to watch Want to Buy when you multi-boxed. I remember Want to Buy Gold did the, like... He did, like, the full classic transmog run. Like, where he did, like, 100 runs of every dungeon and then, like, kept a spreadsheet of all the things he sold from every dungeon. I was like, that's legit. He had, like, different characters listing for each dungeon. That's a lot of maintenance. Alright, nearly at 15 hundo. Nearly. Is the items on the top left an add-on? Yes, that's farming bar. I like it when I'm targeting, well, when I'm streaming, it's kind of nice to have like a heads-up display of our progress. But you can set like targets, like so you can see here on the copper ore, the yellow marker says 2,000 gold, or 2,000. That means I've set a target for 2,000 copper ore, and when we hit it, it'll have like a quest complete sound. And that's gonna feel really good. Plus then it's also the add-on that shows anything I'm tracking. Anytime I loot it, you'll see here it'll show up on the heads-up display, like plus copper and plus stone. So that tracks it there. So it does both those things. It's quite nice for farming, I find. So fun, but it's midnight here. You're picking now going to bed. Thanks for hanging out, Vegan Dragon. I'll catch you later. Catch you later, brother. Ooh, ooh, got it. Goldie can breathe forever underwater. We'll eventually drown, but, you know. A lot longer than classic breath holds, that's for sure. See where we're at. Oops. It's interesting because the rough stone, I think it procs 1 to 6 per node. I don't know if it can proc 0. Maybe it can. Let's see what this one gets. So it can proc 0. So it's 0 to 6, I think, or 0 to 8. But you still get less overall than copper, which is interesting. You'd think you'd get more than copper. Oh, I would think. What's my vision on current gathering skills versus OG? Do I prefer one? I do like the simplicity of like the old ones. However, I kind of prefer old production professions, but I kind of like the new gathering skill trees. Just for the fact that it really messes up bots. Like if you ban a bot and they reset and have to start a new account, they don't have all the profession knowledge, and I kind of like that. I guess the same thing goes for production too. So that's the biggest bonus of like the new skill things, I think. Knowledge feels like a worthy grind versus simple levels you find. That's a fair point. It's definitely, there's no way around it. Knowledge is definitely more of a learning curve. And to a certain degree, a FOMO login mechanic. Which is, it feels good when you're really enjoying it, but if you feel like you have to do it or you'll fall behind the profession, but you don't really want to do it, that's when it doesn't feel so good. But you know what? It has pros and it has cons. I've never been super into like production, so I kind of like the old one because it's more simple for me. But I can see the draw to the new one for sure. It was super annoying when you didn't know what was going on. Yeah, I feel like I kind of know what's going on. I know enough to know that I don't know what's going on, I think, is where I'm at. There's catch-up mechanics up the wazoo, though. But the catch-up mechanics will never get you to, like, the same amount as someone who's done it every week, right? Because there's some knowledge that you can never regain if you miss it. And it kind of feels like if you just don't do it, you just won't be profitable. I think later in the expansion, like, it's probably like you have enough catch-up so you can just do everything, but I don't know. Once we hit 1500, I'll probably change the scenery a bit and go back to Elwyn. Maybe one more here, and we'll go get a couple of copper ore in Elwyn again. Change up the scenery. Give the eyes a different, you know, stimulus. I've been drinking this coffee way too slow. It's like, realm time is 5, oh geez. Guys, I've been talking too much. I haven't been drinking my coffee. It's still warm though. 75%, let's go. 75% hype. Woo! We got this. 1,500. 1,500. Good day from Australia. How goes the copper grind? It goes well, my friend. It goes well. I'm going to go ahead and get a couple more that I see here. But let's go back to Elwyn for a bit. Change the scenery, get more copper ore. Different zone, same material. Let's do it. I gotta use the washroom too. I've been drinking a lot of carbonated water today. The 1K copper stack is a beauty. Looks pretty clean, doesn't it? 1000. Back at it. When we're in Elwyn, though, we do steady flights. Best part of these streams is you can tell about how much longer they'll be. That's true. There's like an ETA, a progress bar. Yeah, we get different views and different soundtracks here in Elwyn now. Ah, disappeared. Disappeared. It feels wrong to go that direction. I'm gonna go this direction. It's nice to see the gold farm community is still here and so chill. I love gold farming. How much is one copper ore slash bar at the moment? 2 to 3 gold. So about 2 gold, 30 silver per ore, and about 3 gold per bar. It's pretty low value, but you know, it's a consistent trade good we can sell to get some gold. You two just hit your second gold cap yesterday? Well, grats. Grats on that. I'm not gonna get gruff right now. We'll leave him be. Herman, catch you later. Thanks for popping in to say hi. Would this be one of the longest streams? It's up there. I think the longest... I've had a couple, like, 7, 8.5, like, maybe 8-hour streams. Jeez, there's, like, hardly any copper ore right now. What the heck? There we go. Do I have the Legion class order hall mount? I don't think I have the Rogue class order hall mount, no. I don't think I have it. Or did I buy it? I might have bought it during Remix, actually. But I don't have it unlocked for Goldie. I think I'll have to get it whenever I have those areas unlocked in my zones. Where is the Rogue order hall, though? I know the Paladin one is in Eastern or Western Plaguelands. In the Plaguelands, though, Light's Hope Chapel. I don't know where the rogue one is in the actual world. May as well take out Thoros. Fingerless gloves. Not a bad drop. Dalaran sewers. Ah, yes. So we won't have the order hall for a while. Loving the content. Just started a Goldbound tomb because of my challenge. Best of luck out there. Best of luck out there. Looks like Eastvale Logging Camp is under attack right now. Sounds like a problem for someone else. Okay, you know what I just thought? Every time I come to this point in Elwyn, I'm always like, okay, now don't go too far. You're going to go into Duskwood. Don't do it. But now look at this. We can do that. We have it unlocked. Oh my gosh, it feels so good. That is unreal. Feels good. Back in the day farming here, I was always terrified I was going to like be looking at my mini-map and fly over to Duskwood. Never did, though. Will I do the expansions in order, or just the full expansion for whatever zone I unlock? It's going to be in order with a couple exceptions. So things like Cataclysm zones are basically in Eastern Kingdoms anyways. So that's the only exception that I can think of off the top of my head. Is we'll get things like Twilight Highlands before Outland. But I'm more so looking at it as like the continents, right? Continents in general release order. There's definitely different ways you could look at it. That's how I'm taking it on. So I'll do Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Again, with the exception, I'm not going to be doing Quel'Thalas. We're going to leave that be. I'll do the Old Eversong. But that's about it. And then we'll go into Outland once we're done Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Got a lot of copper ore to farm between now and then, though. Did I just aggro a Murloc? Huh. Man, the Elwyn music is just built different, isn't it? Just feels safe. Feels good. Feels like home. Good music. Do I risk going in? Usually if there's no ore in here, it means someone has just been in there and Motherfang is probably not spawned. If there are a bunch of ore spawns, it means no one's been there for a while, potentially. So she might be up, but I don't think it will be. What about Midnight Zones? They're technically in Eastern Kingdoms. Yeah, so those ones I'll leave be. The ones that I can use like Zadormi to change back in time, I will. So Eversong, I think I'll be able to switch it back to the old version and do the old version for Goldie. And then I'll cross those ones off once I either get the current content or to that like chronological section. Because in my mind, this is basically an island, right? Like you click into it and it's just like That's the island. That's the vibe. But I will do the old Ever song. If I can. By doing the go back in time mechanic. Which would also, right, give us a Blood Elf. Blood Elf Warband crafting alt. Am I allowed Cataclysm leatherworking gear since I can farm those mats? Anything I can craft, yeah. Yeah. We only really started getting the savage leather from Zul'Gurub, and I was so busy doing all the different farms, I haven't even pushed the Cataclysm leatherworking yet. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it on the crafting alt. I'm curious to see what we can do. It might actually be pretty good. Like disenchant shuffles, we'll see. I'll play around with it. But there's just so much to do in Stranglethorn Vale, I never got around to it. I'll be level 90 long before I start farming in Midnight Zones. Oh yeah. I think we'll be level 90 before, like, we're done Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, before we're in Outland. Like, even today, we've gotten, like, 2 bars of a level just mining. It's so funny. Yeah, I think for Cataclysm Decor, we'll be missing quite a bit until we get the actual zones. I think our best bet will be Savage Leather, maybe to craft some gear for Goldie, maybe some Transmog, and maybe to do like crafting bracers and disenchanting. Because yeah, we don't really have access to any of the ore. We have Elementium, but Elementium is too high of a level. We need Obsidian before we can do anything with Elementium. On the crafting alt. It'll be interesting though. We'll see how it unfolds. Oh, Twilight Highlands doesn't have Obsidian. I didn't know that. All the elementals though, right. Yeah, there are some good elemental farms in Twilight Highlands. I think a lot of them are kind of plagued by the open world loot bugs though. How did I get the idea for Goldbound? You found other creators try that after I started. My major inspiration for Goldbound was from old school RuneScape YouTube creators with like a lot of those different series, like that are chunk locked or old school Trader Steve flipping old school. And then once I looked into it in World of Warcraft, there were things like zone locked, expansion locked, those ones. So I kind of like, it's kind of like my adaptation of all those things into my head. But I would say the biggest inspiration was Trader Steve flipping old school for Goldbound directly. This guy watched Swamp Bloodix and MC Tile for sure. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And Nightmare Mode. 100%. You started RuneScape just after the Wilderness was patched in. Jeez. I do like RuneScape. It's got a special place in my heart. Much like Elwyn. I've been dabbling a fair amount here and there on RuneScape again. I wonder if you can get to 50 arcane crystals before I get to 2k copper. Depends what you're at. We're in the final stretch here for the copper ore. You're on 29. I think you'd have to get pretty lucky to get 21 before I get 406 more copper ore. I think I'm the favorite in that that race. That's like 6,000 golden arcane crystals, right? No, it's like that's like 12,000 golden arcane crystals. $1,600 on the dot. Look at that. Should be just about 1 hour left. Yeah, should be just around there. Our copper ore rates are right around 370 to 420. Ooh, there's a chest in here. Let's go get it. There is a silver-bound treasure chest. Let's see what we can get. Training blade. All good. That chest just gave me 1,000 XP, by the way. That's crazy. No gold-bound chests, though. A gold-bound chest would be goated. Let me just run back here to see if there's Broodmother. And I'll get that other one on the way out. No Broodmother, but another ore, so we'll get that. It'll be fun if I raid Midnight on my Goldbound guild on my main. Oh yeah, I do want to do like basically like guild pug, like a guild pug run one time. That would be fun. I gotta get some more gear on my main though. Yeah, farming bar. Goated add-on, one of my favorites. Pretty close copper veins here. Token chests only would be a cruel and unusual punishment. Ah, yeah, token chests only, that'll be tough. It would be probably a dungeon angle, because dungeons will oftentimes have guaranteed chest spawns. So you'd want to have the dungeon with the most guaranteed chest spawns that you can just like go in and do your resets and just like reset 10 times per hour. Get your chests. Like for example, Nomer has 2 guaranteed chests. So that's 20 chests per hour. And then in the downtime while you wait for the reset, you'd just be doing like laps looking for chests in the open world. It'd be hard. Not to mention most of the good items from chests, they're going to be transmog, and so you got to wait for the transmog to sell as well. It's doable. It's definitely doable, but it would not be easy. go in here. Three copper nodes is probably worth it to go in. Especially when they're so close. RFD and RFK, chest have a chance of a rich purple silk shirt and boom, massive gold. You could get lucky, especially like a lot of these old Elwyn chests. They can have some pretty high value stuff, like some rare, like almost unobtainable white items. So it's definitely possible. Imagine being that. Imagine being a kobold that gets shot in the face by a rogue with Bloodfang on for 5 mil damage. Feels good. Those kobolds have killed me on so many characters on hardcore. Which, speak of hardcore, we're due for a hardcore run, aren't we? Oh my gosh. Can I get past level 30? I just thought about hardcore and I got a bit of the itch. Uh-oh. UHC? I think I gotta get level 60 on hardcore before I try UHC, guys. maybe level 60 on a regular hardcore first. Vanasterland, appreciate it, brother. You're on 33 arcane crystals, Benjamin. You actually might beat me. The amount of arcane crystals you've gotten in the last like 10 minutes is more gold than I've earned in copper ore all day. I've made like 3,500 gold in copper ore. Like 3,800. You've probably made more in arcane crystals in the last 10 minutes. That's insane. I should go to Swamposaurus and farm right now with you. But you might be an Angoro crater actually though. No, we gotta pay the dues. You gotta do the 2,000 copper ore before you go back to the good farms at least. You know, those are the rules. You got to enjoy the fruits of the current zone. Technically, like we're back in Elwyn though, but like Elwyn, Dunmorogh, copper ore, it's all the same. It is nice to be able to swap between the two and change the scenery. I'll say that for like a longer farm like this, it's a good change of scenery for sure. The last 2,000 copper ore, I also did like a big loop between Redridge and Elwyn, which was nice. Little change of scenery, but that's still pretty big. Pretty same color palettes and whatnot. I got 2 from one node. Oh no. The underwater node. I kind of want to reload. Let me look on the auction house Because my data is 6.5 hours old. I wonder if the prices have changed at all. About the same. Yeah, copper bars are down a little bit. Elwyn Song is one of those ones that doesn't get annoying after a few hours. I agree. It's just so classic. It's so good. Have I started leveling the alt yet? I only leveled the alt so far in actual levels to level 10, just so I could use the Brutosaur mount. But I maxed leatherworking, and we have near max blacksmithing. But yeah, I think a lot of the starting zones just have legit songs. Hard to beat them. Other zones do have good songs too, but these ones are just like, they're more like ambient music. You know? Craft levels is what you meant? Awesome, man, good work. Yeah, we did, we basically set targets for how much ore to farm and like leather to farm. Went out on Goldie to farm it and then crafted it up on the alt. So crafting alt is in a pretty good position. We'll do some of the rare crafts and also do some of the housing decor crafts on the alt. In the long term, it'll save money. It took a lot of time to set it up though. But definitely an investment. I mean, the first time we did blacksmithing to 300 on Goldie, we had the exact same amount of like time invested into leveling it, and then we just like unlearned it 3 days later. It's so crazy. We still have a lot of that value though. Like the dark iron crafts we did on Goldie, I haven't sold any of them yet, so those are still value waiting to be sold. Like a lot of value on dark iron crafts. I do need to restock the Shadowforged sconces, the decor item, and I restocked the Lockman and bearskin rugs, the leatherworking decor item. So I'm hoping those will have a couple sales while we're here in Dunmorrow. That would help a lot. I'll have to check on my transmog alt after stream. Yeah, early days Goldie.
Thank you for the stream's path. I have to go to sleep, but I will catch the VOD later.
Airball, appreciate the tier 1. And catch the VOD later. Have a good sleep. Toxie, I'm using Farming Bar as my tracking add-on there. But yeah, no, the early days we were learning and unlearning professions left and right. Like no one's business. In Elwyn, it wasn't too bad though, because when you only had to skill up to 75, you could just do it really quick. Once we get into like the 300 levels, those are when it gets tough. Like 300 blacksmithing is a grind to go up and down on. As far as the level. Timmy Tech, love the long stream today. Yep. Classic farming target stream. It's always nice just to chill out though. It's a long stream, but it's just pretty chill. Just getting ore, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I'm learning the 300 skill blacksmithing, leatherworking, tailoring, enchanting. Kind of hurts. There's a few of those ones that I definitely need to level up again to make more decor items, but it's just hard to know which ones are going to be profitable because you got to, one, you got to do the profession, and two, you got to like invest quite a bit of time into the lumber to bulk craft decor items. So it'll be a lot easier to keep things stockpiled with the crafting alts. Yo, Sneakalote just popped over from Valerix Part 2. Enjoying the content? Yeah, let's go. Appreciate that. Thanks for popping in. Hope you're having a good day. We're out here farming some copper ore. Getting pretty close to the 2,000 copper ore target as well. I think we're pretty much like on the pace I thought we would be. I think. I didn't really have any expectations going in, to be fair. Riding trainer, right. They got like Yowler or something as their pet. Almost there. We're getting there. If only this was refulged into copper ore, we would be rich. Imagine this was all tier 2 refulged into copper ore. Oh, that'd be like 300k right there. Mistwing, what's good? Recently found the challenge on YouTube. Glad to have caught a live stream. Let's go. Glad you did too. Let's, oh, there we go. Could have squeezed the workload in two if you'd assigned 20 press-ups per 100 ore. Would be crushing the mouse by the end. I had a massive chest day yesterday. I think I would be in a little bit. See, look at that. It's even having some flashbacks. I think I'd have a really hard time doing a bunch of push-ups today. So even mounts that I already have aren't allowed to use on Goldie until I actually get them. Yes. So I actually have the Goblin Shredder mount on my account, but I don't have it on Goldie, so I'm not using it. Would I do what I'm doing right now if I wasn't streaming? Yeah, I'd be doing some variation of it. I started Goldie and started Goldbound before I was doing like YouTube and streaming as a thing. Although Goldbound is what ended up having my channel kind of increase in popularity. So chicken and the egg scenario, but the chicken was before the egg. The egg being doing this streaming. Because I did do it before I was streaming. So yeah, I would. I remember doing the first couple laps of this this ore route before episode 1 was out, and I was like, oof, this is some good stuff. I was watching some YouTube on the side. I think I was watching the live stream. I think I was watching Zaryu at the time on the stream. I was just doing my own. I was literally doing what I'm doing right now. It was awesome. Oh. We're not going to tag a Grizzled Ben, though. He only drops like a bag, like a 4-slot pouch. Don't need it. We'll leave it for the next guy. Someone leveling can take him out. He gives like a lot of XP if you're on level. He gives us no XP, though, so. We'll leave him for the questers. Why am I copper locked? Just a farm target today. We just unlocked Morogh, so I've been kind of popping between Morogh and Elwyn to hit the copper target. Just trying to like maximize the materials in the zone we just unlocked. So I'll just sell it all and get some gold. You know, kind of an arbitrary target, but we did do a 2,000 copper ore farm way back in the day. One of my first streams. Wait, that was my first stream, wasn't it? The 2,000 copper ore. I think it was. I think it was my first ever stream. Blink twice. Blink twice if Poncho held me hostage to do the copper ore. Alright, guys. Will a 2K copper ore be going to the crafter? Honestly, with market values, there's not much I can blacksmith the copper ore with. I'm probably going to smelt it and sell it as copper bars. Right now, going into copper bolts is a loss. And most, or all of the copper blacksmithing material crafts I have aren't very good. And they're just like not worth selling on the auction house. So I'll just sell it for like the liquid gold of the copper bars. It'll be like probably 6,000 gold in copper bars. Nice little paycheck for Goldie. Maybe the prices will go up by the time they sell. I mean, we got this today on one of the rare spawns in Morogh. Definitely the highlight of the day. Let me put that there, actually. The Frostmane Scepter, like that's pretty solid. If we can sell that anytime soon, we're in good company. Will you be seeing a new Goldbound episode this week? Yep, there'll be a new Goldbound on Saturday. Can confirm. I was doing a little bit of editing on it this morning, actually. And yesterday. Am I going to smelt the 2K live? To be honest, smelting is definitely more of a AFK activity. I don't usually hang around my computer while I smelt 2,000 ore. I'll probably cook dinner while I smelt it. If you want, I can leave the stream on and you can watch it smelt, but I don't think that'll be very entertaining. But yeah, I'll probably AFK smelt. Oop. Broodmother? No broodmother. Four more crystals to go. You're already at that many arcane crystals. That's crazy. Jeez. Unguru is the spot to be for thorium and arcane, hey? Assuming I can't get prospecting yet. I think I can prospect. It's just prospecting this ore. The prospect value for one copper ore is it's like 20 to 30 silver. It's pretty bad with the gems from this area. I think I tested it out a while ago, but yeah, looking at TSM, it shows the prospect value is 38 silver. But I think I can do it technically. It's just the gems are not too solid here in Elwyn. A bunch of work for the kibble. Yeah, I should. Boo is the one that needs to work for the kibble. Boo eats a lot of food. Where's the trainer for jewel crafting, for prospecting? So Goldshire has like the base trainer that trains level 1 to 75 of all of the professions. So that trainer can train us the base prospecting craft. But I don't think we have like anything higher than that. But that's all you need to prospect is the level 1 jewel craft. But I don't think we could get like 300 dual crafting yet. Yeah, I don't know what other profession or what other ore might be valuable for prospecting. It'd be cool if there was some. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not too... I probably could drop herbalism right now. Or mining. With the current zones we're in, unless I'm going to do the higher level farms and higher level zones, right now is a good time to drop mining because I can mine Morogh and Elwyn with level 1 mining, right? But yeah, it's kind of annoying to get back up to 300 if I want to do the thorium ore and all that stuff. It takes a while to farm it up. But for Elwyn and Morogh, it's the one spot where it is kind of not a bad, not the worst time to unlearn, which is kind of nice. The Fargo Deep Mine. So we got our first large backpack. The Traveler's backpack. I remember when that dropped. That was crazy. Can the blacksmith do anything useful with the stone? Technically, the sharp, like the waystones or like the weapon sharpening stones do sell for more. They just don't sell. I don't know if their vendor prices increased though. It's a good question. Right now it's actually a decent price for gruff stone. So I'll probably just sell it as is. Because, like, it's I usually sell it for, like, not very much. Go back. Looks like I can have one more bag. Is that a slot for other things? That, my friend, is the reagent bag slot. So reagent bags are, you may know, but different from profession bags. So I can buy a profession bag from like the Redbridge vendor for like a mining bag or an herbalism bag. However, a profession bag takes a bag slot. A reagent bag can only be equipped with a reagent bag, which was introduced in, what was it, Battle for Azeroth or something? And those are a unique type of bag that can hold reagents. And none of them drop, I think, until Barrens. I think Barrens, there's one in Wailing Caverns. So yeah, until we get one, it's going to be so good when we get one, though, because then we can have all of our ore and herbs in that bag. It'll be a big quality of life increase, for sure. But it has to be specifically a reagent bag. It can't be like an herbalism bag or a mining bag. You just know some character lore, not much else about Warcraft. Hey, character lore is some of the good stuff too. But yeah, so one day we'll get that filled, that bag slot, but we just don't have access to one yet. Hopefully soon. I think they're on Kalimdor. Some are. Sometimes it bugs out. I'm like not flying, but it says flying. Good old kobolds. I wish I had like a farming, like a kill track or a zone timer from the very beginning. It would have been cool to see. Because we have way more than 10 hours in Elwyn Forest, I'll tell you that. Way more. It would also be really cool to see like the total kill count on some of these mobs in Elwyn. We have the add-ons now, but they don't really backdate like that, unfortunately. I figured I'd try one pickpocket for a free, not. No luck. That's okay. Wait, supposedly in Searing Gorge? Really? 46, wait, 43.6, 67.2? What? Recruits? Wait, so 43.6? $67? I gotta go look. I gotta go look real quick. Let me go take a look at this. Oh, I put the waypoint in Elwyn. That's my bad. Well, let's just get that out of there. That'll be a massive upgrade if there. Is it like a treasure? Well, it is. If it's there, it is a treasure. $43.6, 67.2 in Searing Gorge, eh? Let's see. Benjamin, you got 50 arcane crystals? Jeez. I thought for sure I'd get 2,000 copper ore first, but, well done. Let's see. So 43.6, 67.2. I thought I looked through all these vendors. Is it here? No, 43. Sold by Memory of Duke, apparently. There's these bags, but those are just the sacks. So, Is there somehow like a hidden mob here? Wait, 43.6, 67.2. Yeah, there's no one here. Stealth, maybe? Let me use perception. Where's my perception? Oh, that's definitely a classic thing, isn't it? That's weird. Yeah, I don't see it. There might be a different phase or something. Was Memory of Duke from the War Within pre-patch event? That could be it. That could be it. That was definitely worth a look, though. If there was a reagent bag, that would have been an insane upgrade. I thought I'd looked at all the vendors, but alas, not today. Frog and Turtle Gaming, what's good? What is good? Hope you're having a good day. Let's get some more copper ore, guys. Let's do it. NPC number 116009 doesn't exist and might have been removed from the game. It must have been the pre-patch event or something like that. That would make sense to me. We'll just have to wait then. That's okay though. Thanks for looking into it. If that was there, that would have been so clutch. That would have been unreal. First of his name. That's funny. You just got off Skyrim, now updating Steam games? Alright, alright. That does sound like a pretty good day. Am I calling it a day at 2K? Double it? Double or nothing? No. Yeah, I'll probably, I should probably make dinner after, once we get 2,000 copper ore. I probably should do that. Gotta eat at some point. But we're getting close. We're getting there. Just go to a casual 3,000. Go for the triple stack. It is nice seeing that much copper ore in the bags, though. How many bag spots would this take up if it was going into stacks of 20? Well, it'd be 5 per 100. 50. It'd be 100 bag spots. 100 slots. You wouldn't have enough bag space for it. Ooh. Silverbound treasure chest. Let's get it. Burnt cloak? I mean, really bad sale average, but a good market value, so I don't know what to do with that. I'll sell it, I guess. Only thing to do. Only thing to do is sell it. See if it sells. Right? My banks be full if it was still packs of 20. Well, you wouldn't be able to stockpile very much of anything. We have so much, like, cloth, stuff like that in the bank. We wouldn't be able to have any of that, or not nearly as much, if we, A, have the old bank with bags, and B, if it's stacked to 20. Certain things do still stack to 20. One of the more noteworthy ones that still stacks to 20 is frayed knots. Can you stack them higher? I'm afraid not. Here's a challenge for me. And when you're doing too, level 80 to 90 with legacy content only. Does it count if we just gather copper ore? Because we'll slowly do it. Yeah, I guess we're doing the same challenge, like indirectly. We got a couple bars today getting copper ore. It's a good challenge, though. I think the best XP is probably like pet battles. Right? You meant each expansion in order? 80 to 90 legacy? Like, oh, I see. I think I get it. That'd be cool. Oh my goodness. Fill one bag with copper ore. That'll... That's insane. Let's do it. Alright. 14-day live stream. No stop. That'll be something else. That would be... Each stack is worth 2k. That wouldn't even be it wouldn't even be enough for a token. It'd be like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It'd be like 70,000 gold. Well, I guess what are they? They're 22 slot bags, so it'd be like 50k. 50k would be crazy. Let me book some vacay real quick. Why no reagent bag? I just don't have I don't have access to one in my unlocked zones. Once we get one though, I'll for sure use it. We thought we might have had one in Searing Gorge today. But alas, not today. So 20 minutes or even less? Yeah, we're last 100 now. Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize it. Buy 6 slot bags then. Yeah, none of the vendors I have unlocked have true reagent bags. A lot of them will have like a mining bag, but a mining bag can only be equipped into a bag slot, not a reagent slot. That's the problem. I think Stella just knocked on my door. I think Stella's upset because it's dinner time. I'll get her dinner soon. I should do a subathon and try to do a whole zone in one stream. We'd have to get the old futon sleep on stream. Yeah, that'll be a long one. Wait, you can't buy a reagent bag on the auction house? No, that's one of the restrictions. I cannot purchase anything from other players. I can only gather my own materials or purchase from vendors. So nothing can be obtained from another player. So everything I've got on Goldie is self-found. Which creates a lot of those like kind of like if this then that restrictions of zone unlocking certain things. Last WoW token purchased. Let's go. Enjoy midnight. Enjoy midnight. Congrats. But yeah, we're not too far off a reagent bag because yeah, Baron's right. I think Baron's Dungeons has reagent bags. I've heard of this. The one from Wailing Caverns is only 6 slots. I mean, it would cover all of our materials here. But yeah, that's not very many slots. We're not like super pressed on bag space anymore. We could always use bigger bags for transmog, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Before the Ember Silk bags, we were really hurting for it. Ooh, there's a lot of ore in this one. Let's go. Nice. Oh, another miner in here. Don't get stuck. Whoa! You guys see that? I almost just glitched through the ceiling. Definitely gonna get reported for hacking now. But yeah, RuneScape definitely lends itself more so to like solo self-found challenges where you can literally have every skill at the same time. It's perfect for, I guess that's what they call them, Ironmans in RuneScape. Ironman is like a designation of solo self-found. But you can eventually get all the items. Like, you can craft, because you can have every skill at the same time. So, that's pretty cool. If I fell through the world, would that count as entering a zone that's unlocked and resulted in a penalty? I don't know. I guess it depends on what it looks like under the world. If it looks like Elven, I don't know. That'll be a discussion. That'll be a discussion to be had, I suppose. Got an undead player here. That's kind of crazy. Just doing some Elven Forest farms. Level 8? As an undead? What would bring him here? Oh, that's kind of strange. Best not to dwell on it. Looks like pet battling. Could be. Could be. Looks like the copper ore is getting a little bit depleted over on this end of Elwyn. There we go. Yeah, to be fair, I'm level 80 rogue flying around Elwyn getting Peace Bloom. He's on level at least. Yeah. Is he a real undead? When I moused over him, the tooltip said undead. I don't do those things change the tooltip? I don't think they do. I think the tooltip stays accurate. Orb deception or something like that. 81 soon though. Yeah, our slash played on level 80 is 5 days, 13 hours. We were level 80 when we were level capped for a while though. I think since Midnight's come out, we've probably logged 20 to 30 hours on this level. Wait, wait. Does Orb of Deception change the tooltip? I didn't think it did. I didn't think it did, but I guess it could. Someone else must be farming here. All of a sudden, the rates went way down. What the heck? It does? You just used yours? That's crazy. We've had a lot, like, Orb of Deception has been one of our best transmog sellers. I think we've sold 3. We keep getting them from Ragnaros. It's awesome. Does Chromie Time open for maps that have it? Does Chromie Time open for maps that have it? I'm not sure. Guess someone doesn't want the stream to end. Someone's just ahead of me farming, I guess. This is like been a full lap without any copper ore. That's kind of crazy. Really weird. Oh, there's one. Classic. Ah, found the culprit. Found the culprit. When did the stream start? We've been going for about 6.5 hours. Yep. Really, we might have to go up to Dunmeril if these rates keep up. This is the worst copper ore loop I've ever seen on Elwyn. There we go. Crazy. That's quite the loot appraiser session. The gold per hour is like predominantly from one item though. The Frostmane Scepter. Our actual looted value is probably close, like of trade goods, probably like 7,000 gold if you add all the herbs in as well to the ores. Now the real question is, can we get it right onto 2,000 copper ore on the dot, or will it go over? And if it goes over, do we have to reset? I'm just kidding. I'm not resetting if it goes over. That would be a little aggressive. Let's see. Well, it'll be a couple more before we maybe get it. Down here. Couple in a row.
So close now to the epic 2,000 bar smelting stream.
T Loya, appreciate the tier 1. The epic smelting stream. How long will it take to smelt 2,000? Do I just AFK it and smelt? That'd be funny. I think the character logs out first, to be honest. I think he would log out. I'm gonna cook up some chicken breast while I smelt. For sure. The chicken breast kind of dinner would be good. I'm getting pretty hungry, so that'll be nice. It'll take 30 minutes to smelt. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, come on. Right on the dot. Wait, I aggroed that? So yeah, I'll AFK, but I'll get logged out. So it'll be like two or three AFK sessions to actually smelt it all. All right, T minus 20 copper ore. Let's go. Let's lock in. Near the end. Brent, 6.5 hours, you're a beast. We gotta get the 2,000 copper ore. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's near. I can feel it. We're at 1983. So close. I really want it to be like a perfect, like whatever the last node is, to land it perfectly on 2,000. That would just be quite satisfying. Aren't I starving? Well, I had a little snack at 1,000 copper ore. Went up, had a snack. Had some water. Put on some sparkling water. But I definitely will go make dinner once we hit 2,000. Yes. All right, 11 more. Do I have the mob that helps me with mining? You notice my cursor doesn't actually click the mine. For that, I'm actually just using the in-game interact key. So I have that bound to my G key. And so I don't have to actually click the node. I just press G when I'm facing it. And it interacts with it. But that's just in the base settings. If you search interact key, it'll be in there. I never used to use it, but now I started using it, and it's just kind of like it's kind of satisfying to use, kind of force of habit. Okay, it should be, it's 2 or 3 nodes left. Oh, bushtail. You got a full brisket on the smoker right now? 10 hours of smoking counting. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds real good. Okay. Okay. Now, this next one, it either has to be 2 or 4. 2 or 4, let's go. If it's 3, we will not land on 2,000 exactly, because 3 would mean we'd have to get 1, and it never drops 1. 2 or 4, let's go, 2 or 4. It's 3. All right, well, let's get the last one here, guys. 2,000. We did it. Boom. 2,000. Start over. Guys, we're not starting over. That'd be mad. There we go. 2001. 1 for safe measure. 1 to make it true. Oh. 2,000 copper ore. GG's, guys. You were here. You were here. Let me go. I'm just gonna fly over to the old. Actually, I'll Hearthstone to Lion's Pride Inn to start blacksmithing these, or smithing them. And I'm gonna go make some chicken breast, guys. So thanks for hanging out. That was a good stream. Nice chill farm stream today. Let's get smelting. The highlight was definitely the Frostmane Scepter. That was a good drop. Butterscotch brownies with caramel icing for dessert. Yeah, dinner at Brent's. Let's go. I'm in. Just sold. Got me a private plane right now. Smelt copper. Okay, now I'm gonna AFK. Yeah, price for bars is all good. Let me reload. Let's see. Pretty sure it's good. I checked like 20 minutes ago and it was still profit, so. Yeah, it's still profit. It's not much of a profit, but it is what it is. All right, well, GG's, that's the stream, guys. I'll catch you later. Until next time, go with honor, friend.